Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Hi there. Good afternoon. Welcome. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everybody.
Mary Santora is here, too.
What up?
Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
If you'd like to join us today, we would love to chat with you. Well, I mean, I assume. Well, yes, theoretically we would. 216-578-1007. You know, sometimes you'll be talking to somebody and halfway through you're like, woof. But yes, theoretically, absolutely. 800-348-1007. I want to send me a text. That number is 35192. You can watch, if you like, at AlanCoxShow.com. You can listen on the iHeartRadio app, wherever you are throughout North America. We want to thank everybody who was able to join us on Saturday afternoon for Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. It was a blast.
Woo!
We had people banging in the bathroom.
Oh, goodness.
Those people were standing right behind me in line.
Messaged me on Instagram. He was like, hey, it was us.
They take a lot of pride in it.
Yeah,
They're very
somebody
fun, though.
pointed me out to them on the boat. I was like, oh,
Who busted them?
I was talking. I don't think anybody busted them. I think they opened the door and shut the door again. You're like, boom.
Oh, I didn't know if they got busted and that's why they
It was
you
getting announced.
it. Yeah, I didn't know, or they just opened up the door and both of them were in there, so they just kind of connected the dots.
I think you let the situation continue, you know. Gwen and I do that at people's weddings, and I think maybe they were, I don't know, they were, listen, it was,
have a
our,
wedding
but there
on
was
that
limited
boat.
bathrooms.
it was our first time on the Lady Caroline, and if that was how they were christening the boat in their own particular way, while we were having the Alan Cox Show cruise, then it's a great way to do it.
If you went down to the first level, there was like nobody down there. You could have got away with it without.
I didn't know
any
there was a
problems.
bathroom down there.
Yeah.
I felt bad. They had a bartender down there.
Just sitting, yeah.
I was like, man, this guy, he's going to sell like one drink the whole time he's down here.
Well, at the very beginning, people were really spread out because there was like a bar on every level, but then as kind of the cruise went on.
Kind of moved to those top 2 levels.
Well, and also, like, somebody told me that first level was closed off. Like, I went down there and I was like, I don't know, something, maybe it was towards the end.
Well, at one point they had
Crew
it
was
closed up
doing
because they were
something.
setting up the food.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's badass that they had a bar on every single level, because, yeah, the Nautica Queen didn't have a bar on the very top level, like where we would sit.
Yeah, no, you had to go down. You had to
That's
kind of go
pretty-
up and down.
That's
yeah.
pretty legit. Yeah, I've only it got so packed to the point where they like closed it off. You can get up there. I was like, well, the cruise is almost over. I haven't even been upstairs yet, so I just want to go up there for a little bit. So I waited until someone came down.
Yeah, they posted a dude because there's obviously a
lot of people.
A couple of years on the Nautica Queen, we kind of did play fast and loose with the rules there on the cruise. This time, though, right, they were like, nope, got to do this and this and this. And so they had a guy posted at the top of the steps at the very top level where everybody was kind of, partying or whatever. And I went to go up the steps, and there was like one of those plastic chains.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, we're at maximum capacity. You can't go up there. I'm like, okay, I'll just hang out down here then. I'll wait till
Yeah, I just ended
some
up
people
staying
come
down
and,
on that second. Because I like that second level, or like that.
That's
level
where Matitude was.
Where
There was a little
Matitude
dance
was,
floor there. Poundcake's
and
whole family was there.
They had the couches. Oh, man, Poundcake's
Oh my gosh.
His whole family's posted up there.
They pulled up like a VIP section. They're pulling over couches. And
My friend sat down at the table that they had, and she had Bud Light sunglasses, and she like took them out of her purse because she was looking for something else, and then she put them back in her purse. And Poundcake's cousin comes over. You're not taking our glasses. You're not taking our glasses. And she's like, no. I was just searching through my
I
purse.
saw that. I
or
said,
something."
okay, you are getting literally everybody in
And
my
a giant
family.
bucket of free glasses. What was she
Literally,
worried about?
I don't know, but my whole family is cheap and free stuff, and they lose their minds. I looked at her. I said, it ain't that serious. It's free. And in addition to our wonderful sponsor, Bud Light, I did use the all the free drink tickets. But I'm kind of embarrassed to say how much money I spent on drinks.
Why are
They
you
were like
embarrassed?
$2.
They were $2 if you
I
just
think
got the
the
ones
beers
that,
were $2. I
didn't
don't
get
know
the
that the
beers.
cocktails.
all the stuff
he's-
that they were doing, like
He's
the
saying that
beers.
he spent money
I
on drink. Wait, for your family or for your friends? I know Fancy was with you.
spent like
and-
$30. It's nothing.
Wait, hold on. Was this? Oops, hold on. Was it? Who was it for first? Was it for your family or for somebody else?
Family and friends.
Okay.
I had 2 friends with me and then my family. And my mom brought a friend from work. But we did all the drink tickets. Those were done. Then they were like, we want margaritas. We want a round of shots. And so I kept them coming. And my mom was like, oh, I'll buy a round of shots. So all in all, I probably spent.
Yeah, Poundcake goes, I didn't think I'd ever hear my mom say, I'll buy a round of shots, but there it is.
Yeah, and my mom was like feeling woozy. I said, okay, like you party animal, but drink some water. She's like, yeah, you right. You know me. I'm like,
So
yeah,
what did you spend?
Like $100.
That's not that bad.
Dollars. Come on. I thought it was going to be like
$3.50
That's a
or
lot for
something.
him.
Yeah, that's true. That
I
is a
guess.
lot of money for you, yes.
Yeah.
Brian would also like to say thank you to all of his fans who came out to the boat.
Of course.
I think he took more pictures than anybody else.
I think he did. I swear on my life.
Like he had like
Every
a line
time
of
he
people.
turned around, people were trying to take a picture with him.
But we hadn't done a cruise since 2019, obviously, and I had forgotten that that's the fun part of the cruise is when the listeners meet each other.
Yeah.
Because invariably, if you go to an event for this show, we've been here long enough where you've probably met us somewhere. But it's like the people that are like, oh, I met Brian, or I met Mary Santorum, who
Yeah.
showed
She
up.
did not look like I thought she would.
No.
Oh,
not at
absolutely
all.
not. No, she was quite a handsome woman. And just the customers,
boy.
the customers all like meeting each other,
Yeah.
like going, "Oh, hey, that's Mike from Parma,"
Right.
or blah.
Woody.
Yes, that's the fun part. Yes.
Oh yeah, and I forgot also on top of me buying drinks on the boat, I did go to the after party. Well, there wasn't even really an official after party, but we went to Shooters and I bought drinks there. And I was like, you guys are my best friends ever. So my friends were there.
You're having
so
a good time.
I
Yeah.
bought them dinner and I bought them drinks. I was like,
Oh, you
I'm a
bought
sucker.
dinner too, so
Dang,
that
Cody.
probably cost you the most.
And I didn't even get dinner because I was like, I ate on the boat. I felt bad for my cousin because she was literally drinking alcohol and nothing else. And she watched our bags and stuff for us while we went down and ate. And she's like, okay, I'm going to go down there. She went down there and
It was gone?
They were packing up the food. It was gone. Everything was gone. I was like, oops, my bad. So I didn't eat anything. I
And
mean,
there was
I ate
that
something,
big
but-
boat that was coming down, so we had to take that little detour so that big like tanker could go through.
Yeah,
I
right.
didn't see that.
I didn't
Oh.
even
I
pay
didn't
that
either.
close attention.
I was
I
like,
think
why
I
are
felt-
we over? Like, we should have been out on the lake by now.
I
but
was
it
going to say there was
yeah.
one point where it was like, wow, we're really like still in the ship canal here or
Yeah.
something. That must have been what it was.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, but I mean, we threaded the needle with the weather. I mean, as awful as the weather had been,
No, it was
it could
great.
not have been better for the day of the boat. So it was just a lot of fun. Matitude, I hadn't seen him in a
Great.
minute. It was
Yeah.
great. Yeah. So if you were able to make it on the boat with us, thank you. We had a great time. And yeah, the afterwards, like the crowd kind of dwindled from place to place that we went. You know, it was like mostly people we work with, and then it kind of flipped the other way. And
Did you make it over to the other side?
I made it everywhere on Saturday night.
Hell
Yeah.
Oh, we'll
Good
hear
for
more
you.
about it.
It was a lot of
I
fun.
was gonna say,
I,
'cause
want, I got questions. I want to know what was going on because I did my own thing.
Oh, we made it to the birthday
Oh
party.
yeah, we
I
didn't
know
really.
everyone's
Well,
worried.
yeah, that's the number one question. Did Mary make it to the birthday party? Right
I saw on
after,
your Instagram,
right.
It looked pretty interesting.
I had actually forgotten about the birthday party, and so I was kind of like, I thought that I saw Mary somewhere, but
was the
clearly
funny
I did
bus.
not because she had
No,
to
you
leave
did not.
right after the thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think we all kind of split off because I don't remember. I mean, I don't remember seeing Bill. I think I saw Poundcake at Shooters, but after that, we were kind of bouncing around.
My mom still made it to the fair.
Really?
Hey!
She still went to the fair. She had a little scooter for her
I was
leg.
gonna say walking around in that boot.
She had a one-leg scooter that she was just propping her leg up and went around the fair. She was like, she called me the next day. She said, I'm sore. I said, I bet. Dancing on the boat like ain't nothing wrong, and then walking around the Lorain County Fair.
That Lorain County Fair, boy, that'll
get you every
That'll
time.
get you every time. The deep fried hot dogs, what do they call them? The
Corn dogs. Stop it. You know what it's called.
Oh, I couldn't. I had a brain fart. I couldn't
you
remember what
did
they were
not.
called. The deep fried corn dogs.
Shut up.
All right, I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text 35192 to get us there, AlanCoxShow.com, you can watch, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Win your way to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival and $1,000.
You'll be there for a weekend full of superstar performances, never before seen collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe.
I want to see them all.
Foo Fighters,
Fall Out Boy,
Kelly Clarkson,
Kane Brown, Lil Wayne, Lil Durk, Miguel, Public Enemy,
Sheryl Crow,
Travis Scott, Tim McGraw,
TLC,
30 Seconds to Mars.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival.
September 22nd and 23rd.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now, starting at just $55 plus taxes and fees at AXS.com.
Keep listening because the next chance to win your way there and $1,000 spending cash is coming up.
There's nothing like lounging by the pool with your favorite tunes playing or going to concerts on hot summer nights. M&M's makes all those summer moments even sweeter. Discover new tunes at mms.com/new music and pick up a pack of M&M's today.
Hey, it's Alan for Metro by T-Mobile. You know, the world is full of yada, yada, this and that, contracts and price hikes and hidden
What's good, y'all? It's your main man, Michael Smith, and it's my pleasure to present to you the Dynasty Exchange, hosted by my first-round rookie picks, Davis, Dylan, and Josh. It's the go-to fantasy football podcast and the definitive Dynasty show for the most devoted of diehards, the guys like me who can't stay off Sleeper and KTC. Listen to Michael Smith Presents the Dynasty Exchange on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Alan Cox Show.
Spoiler alert, they won't all be home runs. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Speaking of home runs, I saw a guy named Pat Corrales died. Did I pronounce it? Pat Corrales? He was a skipper for the Guardians, Indians back in the day. Do you remember that guy? You were too young, probably.
No, I don't know that.
83 through 87. Cleveland Indians manager was Pat Corrales.
I probably went to a game then, but I was, a small child.
Yeah, he has died. He was actually coaching the Braves when they beat the Indians in the 1995 World Series.
That jerk.
So he's got a World Series under his belt. But he bounced around a lot. I think the last coaching gig he had was with the Washington Nationals, and that was a long time ago. But people who go back into the 80s with the Indians might remember Pat Corrales died today. Guardians had a pretty decent weekend in Toronto. They took 2 of 3 against the Blue Jays. 10-7 was the final yesterday. Now they're in Minneapolis to play the Twins. Tonight, tomorrow, and Wednesday afternoon, they'll be playing the Twins. That is a 7:40 first pitch tonight. 7:10 if you want to get all the pregame action in there here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. So more from the weekend on the Alan Cox Show cruise. I was wearing a blue short sleeve button down that had pineapples on it, and
because you're a swinger.
Well, that was the question I kept being asked, and I guess I hadn't noticed because they were just like it was the same pineapple all over the shirt, but some of them were right side up and some of them were upside down.
Yeah.
And I hadn't paid that close attention to it. Just kind of a jaunty placement.
Right.
Kind of random. And more than a couple of people asked me if that was indicative of anything. And I said, no. I don't know if
you guys aren't hot wifing.
Feeling around or, yeah, we're not hot wifing, no. Well, Gwen wasn't with me. She had a girls' weekend, so I was solo. But again, it was, I guess I hadn't looked that closely at the shirt and hadn't thought about it. I was just going for something that had a bit of an island feel. Poundcake wore, I don't know what Poundcake wore. He wore like a T-shirt. Yeah, T-shirt and shorts.
Just, it wasn't a polo. It was just a...
You didn't have any boat wear like Bill had like a kind of a very vibrant...
a nice Hawaiian shirt.
Hawaiian shirt on. Mary had a sundress on.
So I did have a floral shirt that I had, but it was in storage somewhere, like in a bunch of boxes, and I couldn't find it.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, because when I went to Mexico...
Which means you haven't worn it in a long time.
Yeah, and it would have to be washed, and they now charge for wash. I now have a washer and dryer that I have to pay for, so I didn't think it was that deep.
Just pretend it's the bar on the boat, money bags.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys all went to Shooters afterwards.
Yeah, well, I didn't really have a plan, so it was kind of the consensus was like, well, Shooters is right there, so let's just walk over, and then we'll plot our next move.
Did you get to the Harbor Inn, though? Because that was your main goal.
Got to the Harbor Inn, yes.
I went there for one before the boat.
Uh-huh.
Went there with pants. We had one, and then we walked over.
Oh, I was racing to the boat. There was a minute where I was like, I'm not going to make
late,
this goddamn boat.
You were late.
And then I get there, and apparently the boat was a little bit late or something, so the line is like around. I'm like, oh, thank God. I think I'm going to be like jumping on as it's pulling away.
I didn't
but
realize you were there. You were. I didn't see you up until like the minute we were on board.
Well, yeah, I got there because I was dropping my daughter off at the mother-in-law's, and then she forgot something, so I had to go home and bring it back to her, and I was going to Uber down. And so, like, my Uber goes from he'll be there in 9 minutes to he'll be there in 17 minutes. So I'm like, man, I have no wiggle room here. So I'm kind of standing there doing the pee-pee dance in my house going, am I gonna drive? So I go, I'll wait for the Uber. So the guy gets there. Nice dude, right?
Yeah.
75-year-old black man, long gray ponytail. No, not very talkative, but nice guy. He's playing some smooth jazz in there. I I'm trying to impart to him how urgent it is that I get there on time. So I kind of explain what's happening. And so we have a bit of nice conversation. And then his phone rings, right? Mind you, the guy is using a magnifying glass to look at his phone.
Yes.
To look, because there's a map on the Uber app that he's using to get me down to the flats. And he's using a giant magnifying glass to look at his phone, okay? Hey, the better you can see it, the quicker we'll get there. So the phone rings, and it's he goes, hey, this is my wife calling. Do you mind if I go, absolutely not. Go ahead. Puts her on speaker, by the way. A lot of these people, they have earbuds in, like you don't know if they're talking to you or not because they're always talking to somebody on the phone, just to pass the time, I assume. And he starts talking to his wife. So he excuses himself, puts the call on speaker, and his wife informs him that Bob Barker has died. And he's like, oh, he's kind of nonchalant about the whole thing. And then the wife is going on this long, laborious story about his sister and how evil she is and how she was laughing at Bob Barker dying and blah, 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 and all this stuff. And so he kind of does the, okay, honey, I'm in the car. I'm going to talk to you later on. And he hangs up. And he proceeds to tell me that his sister is the first black woman to ever win The Price is Right.
Whoa.
40 years ago. And that she's a real pain in the ass. And I was like, wow, that is, what are the chances on the day that Bob Barker dies that I'm going to get an anecdote like that?
That's great.
Rather than just some, family drama that happened on my ride down. And then, so, I mean, it was but boy, I got there like with minutes to spare.
Poundcake and I took an Uber together to get down there because he lives right around the corner from me now. So I was like, I'll just scoop him up. And what was that? Our Uber driver was talking about like
Going to Africa.
But before that, he was talking about how he likes watching. He's probably like a black guy in his 60s, maybe early 70s. But he was talking about how he likes to watch near death stuff on YouTube.
Yeah,
and he's like, I like watching them when the motorcycles almost get caught, like hit by a bus or something. He's like, I'm addicted to that.
Wow.
That's his kink, the near miss videos.
Yeah.
Near hit, whatever.
It was very, And then he went, he's like, you ever been to Africa? And I was like, no, I haven't. I have not been to Africa. He's like, oh, you got to go.
A buddy of mine, one of my best friends, the guy that we went to Vegas with over the 4th of July, he and his wife live in L.A. They went on a safari a couple years ago, and he's like, it will change your life.
Yeah, I bet.
Going to Africa. He's like, it is
he sold
just
it.
a gorgeous, gorgeous place.
Yeah. It was so out of nowhere because he was talking about all that other stuff, and then he just goes, you ever been to Africa?
Yeah.
We're just going on a boat, man.
So you didn't go to Shooters.
I didn't go to
after.
Shooters.
Okay.
So I had a couple friends come over, and we went swimming, even though it was windy as hell and kind of cold.
Oh, you went home right after the thing and went swimming?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, look at you. Now, let me ask you this. Did you get hammered on the boat?
I mean, not.
You looked pretty toasty.
I was definitely drunk.
Okay. Because I really didn't. I was like, this is going to be a long night. I'm going to pace myself. So I think
I didn't have plans for it to be a long night. I kind of knew, like, I'm going to go back to my place, and then I'm not leaving my place again.
I got you.
So,
okay.
like, I'm fine with that being.
Because usually on the cruise,
night.
I get pretty lit because there's people handing me like shots left and right.
I did a few shots.
I did like one and then had like a beer.
I think I did 3 shots, and then those seltzers that they had, I drink those, but I drank them over ice. So
rice.
Yes, over rice, because I
alcohol
dropped my
cooks
phone
the
in my
rice.
stomach, so I wanted to dry it out.
I swallowed my phone. Oh my God, how am I going to fix this?
And then we went swimming at my place, and my one friend came back, but she doesn't really drink a lot, so she's like, I got to go home. I'm like, this is the drunkest I've been in 5 years, and I'm like, fine, then go home. She showed me her boobs. It was great. And then my other friends came down. It was a married couple, and then my buddy Josh. And we're just in the pool, but it's a heated pool, so it feels good, but it's so windy. If any of your body is exposed,
it's freezing.
You're freezing.
Yeah.
So we are in the pool, like holding our drinks just
Up to your
barely out of the
noses.
water.
Yeah.
Just like up to our chins for a good 2 hours. We stayed there till past 8:30 and drank. And then it got to the point where we had drank enough that we're like, we're not worried about the wind anymore. So then we played chicken. And it was the girl on Josh's shoulders and then her husband on my shoulders because they're both smaller and Josh and I are bigger. And her tactic was to pull her boobs out so that he would be distracted and they'd win.
But that's her husband. He
Her
sees
own
boobs all
husband
the
would get
time.
distracted by her boob. I mean, boobs are great anytime
I was trying to
them.
like, hey, focus, man, focus. But you know, it kind of distracted all of us because even Josh was just like trying to look up at the boobs.
Yeah.
But yeah, it worked. They won.
So Poundcake, after Shooters, where did you go?
Home.
Oh, you did. So I was the only one that was still out.
Yeah, I was going to, because I live around the corner from Bill and I'm in the middle of the area. I was like, maybe I'll go to Twist. Maybe I'll go to Twist if I'm feeling. I was going to go like right after Shooters. And then I'm like, well, let me see how I feel. Let me drink some water first and, sit back. And then there was like a guy that hit me up and I was like, okay, well, why go to Twist when Twist is coming to me? So, so I stayed
Twist
in.
is coming to me.
Twist my arm and say, I'll stay home. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because everybody first went over to Shooters, and then people were telling me they were going to keep going on, and I'm like, okay, well then I was hanging out with Joe Kalinowski and his wife for a little bit, but I had like this kind of rotating group of people, some from work and some people I know, and everybody's like, yeah, we're going to go over to the other side of the flats, and then we'll kind of make the rounds. I was like, great. Except I start walking thinking that everybody's coming along, but they're not. So I get to the water taxi and I'm by myself. Which again, no big deal. I have no problem being by myself. I was just surprised when I turned around and we weren't in a big group. And I was like, oh, huh?
You were talking all that crap about the water taxi and you ended up taking the water taxi.
No, I wasn't talking crap. I had never been on it before. I thought you had to pay them to get on the water taxi. I didn't know it was like a whole thing. So I walk over and there's
you like tip them, right? But it's like free.
Oh, I don't know. I don't have cash on me. I don't know.
No, but it's an easy service to use.
I guess the Metro Parks runs it or what. I didn't know anything about it. I'd never been on. But you pick it up right there. And so, I'm on with like 3 other randos, and then you get over there and I, kind of made the rounds from there. But people were peeling off stop to stop. And but it was fun. It was a good time. I mean, it was, whatever. Weather was awesome. It was nice.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that you got. I know Mary had gone to the party.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had to leave early to go to, well, not early, but we got
Right
off
after.
the boat immediately and went to an 8-year-old's birthday party. So we just kind of sat and watched the kids scream. It was so loud. It was like we had a very loud day from the drunk people on the boat and then going to a kid's party. At one point, I walked inside to grab some food and I hear a guitar, and Brian is alone in our friend's living room playing the guitar. I was like, are you trying to lure the children? What are you doing in here?
Lure the children, like is the Pied Piper.
Yeah. He's like, I just kind of needed to get away for a minute. And I was like, I get it. We've been surrounded by people and screaming people all day long.
Right.
But he and I snuck away from the party for a little while because they live 5 minutes from us.
Did you guys do a bathroom
You
break?
porked at a kid's party.
We went to our own home because they live 5 minutes from us and then came back. And our buddy was like, yeah, go. I got this. Don't worry about it. She's not even going to notice you're gone. And I guess after like 2 minutes that we had left, weren't even home yet. And she was like, where's my dad and Mary? Like making a big problem about it.
They're really, really close to each other right now, honey.
Our buddy was like,
They're at home hugging.
They had to go find your dad's keys.
You'll never believe where they are.
But yeah, we had a good night. We went home, and then we had another kid's birthday party yesterday, so we had a very busy weekend.
Oh, my God.
Yes, we had
That's
very
a
busy
weekend you wish you were still drinking.
Don't you wish that kid was less popular?
It's actually our friends. Like, there are friends who also have kids, and like, yeah, come on over, bring the kids, like that kind of thing.
Wow. Yeah, the thing with the shots, too, is God bless them on that Lady Caroline boy. Those bartenders had a heavy hand.
God. The first one they gave me, I was like, oh, all right.
Woody and I did a shot. He bought me a shot of tequila because I hadn't seen Woody in quite some time. And he turned around and we were both like, oh, my God. They were like 4 fingers of Patron.
Yeah. I think they were like heavy pours because my mom, again, she doesn't
Don't call your mom a heavy pour.
What?
Shut up.
P-O-U-R, Bill.
But she went up to go buy a round of shots. And I'm like, are you sure you can just, she's like, oh, yeah, I'm sure it's fine. I was like, okay. And
I'm sorry to interrupt. So it was your mom, because I had a hard time figuring it out. It was your mom and you had 2 or 3 cousins there?
No.
Okay.
I had one cousin. My mom, her friend from work, a fellow nurse from work, and then my cousin was there as well.
Yeah. Who was the one that yelled at my friend?
My cousin.
Okay.
Yelled.
Yes.
Those are our glasses.
And it's literally like a switch was flipped. She was dancing on the dance floor, and all of a sudden she saw us. She's like, hey. I'm like, what's going on? Hey, you're really a bucket of sunglasses and some fans. I'm like, these or postmenopausal ladies are just in there fighting over their fans. Don't touch my fan.
Beyonce's worst song ever. Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. I met the guys from the band Clamhammer.
Sure.
Yep. Maybe we'll get them on 2 hours to midnight. Who knows?
Brian said some guy cornered him for like 10 minutes and was like, Mary says you like metal. I got a metal band, man. He was like trying to play his metal band on his phone, and Brian's like trying to be nice.
You're talking to the wrong guy, man.
Dude, I really don't want to listen to your band. Like,
Right.
I'm trying to hang out. And
Yeah.
yeah. It was a good day, though. I had a lot of fun.
It was fun.
Yeah. And that new boat is nice. I love
Really nice,
that
yes.
open air lower deck where it's got all the couches and stuff like that. Because then you can stay, like, you know, you have the option to go up and get in the sun, but a little bit of sun goes a long ways for me. So being there where you're still getting the good breeze and stuff.
I felt like there was no
fantastic.
breeze down there. Every time I went down there, it felt, comparatively, I spent 95% of my time on the top deck where the sun, because when I went down into the second one, I was like, oh, maybe I'll go down and dance. It felt like it was 20 degrees warmer in there. I was like, it's
all right with it. Yeah.
That's because Matitude creating all that heat from all that Michael Jackson he was playing.
The
There's
steam
a lot of
coming
Michael
off
Jackson.
It was
the
a
steam coming off
very-
of Poundcake's cousin's ears because she's so mad about her glasses getting
glasses
stolen. Her free
and-
glasses getting stolen.
My question, did anybody have a conversation with Matitude beforehand about music, or did he just think Michael Jackson was yacht music?
He asked me.
Okay.
And I said, this is your thing. You do your thing. Matitude's a professional. He knows what he's doing.
Right.
It wasn't tailored to a cruise per se.
Because
But-
we've always had like yacht rock cover bands in the past.
We had like Boaterhead.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
So, and I was like, because Brian was a little confused. He's like, this playlist is I can't nail it down. It goes from rap to Michael Jackson
I told
to
Matitude
this
to do
to that.
Yeah, I told Matitude to do his thing because I'm like, we don't need to do nonstop yacht rock. Like I don't.
Well,
You know,
I was kind of
if it's a
looking forward
band,
to that,
well,
to be honest with you.
but if it's a band, that's a different thing because that's what they do, and that's got like a different. And besides, like if the band was, let's say we had a band, I wouldn't have realized that they were going to be on that second deck.
Right.
You know, we always had a band on the top deck on the old boat. So
Yeah,
it's
that
like,
would be
if
weird.
it was in the middle deck by the dance floor there, I think that would have been strange. So we kind of eased into this with Matitude, and I told him, I said, you do your thing.
Yeah, and if you want
I
to,
think he played me some Steely Dan at the end or something. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
did make a request, and everyone booed me. The entire boat.
Because you made a country
booed
request.
Me. I said, dude, we were on the boat for 2.5 hours, and I said, can you just play me one country song? Just one. Can I have 3 minutes of this 2.5 hours to
Well,
have
now
one
you,
country song?
now you know how to read the room
and
on the Alan Cox Show
entirety
cruise.
of the boat booed.
Yes.
and it's
Now you
what's
know how to
funny,
read the room.
we were taking our group picture. I don't know if you saw it on my Instagram, Alan, but if you check it out, the last picture that I posted on my Instagram was
did see
when
that.
Matitude was announcing he was going to play me a country song, and you looked at me and gave me this stink eye in the middle of us taking a picture, and I was like, listen.
No, I was just
did
confused. I didn't
one.
know. I mean, you know, I hadn't been listening that closely, so I wasn't aware that maybe he hadn't done one before then.
There was no country. That's why I
Okay.
asked him.
Well, now
I was
you know
like,
why.
Can you play me just
Everybody
one?
booed. Did he say this
Everybody
one's
booed.
for Mary?
Yes.
He did.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why you looked at me like that. He's like, Mary Santora asked me about a half hour ago to play some country. This is the only one you're getting. Like,
And what was it?
Cruise by Florida Georgia Line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It wasn't like
I know.
Butterfly Kisses or some
No.
nonsense, or the one with a dead kid.
No, don't give me that. It's not party music.
Yeah, all the
Right.
country music.
Oh, that Cancer Baby song that you love so much, whatever that is. Hey, everybody, thanks for coming out. Here's a song about a dead kid. Drink up. I got a break here. You want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com to watch. We'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. A great sports town
Cleveland! This is for you!
demands great sports talkers. And the Alan Cox Show has the best of Cleveland.
I am the sports.
No, it's just sports. Just sports.
Oh, okay, I get it. I am just sports.
No, you know what? It's fine.
Vote Poundcake Cody Brown as best sports talker at clevescene.com. And hear him weekday afternoons starting at 2.
Just sports.
sports. Only on the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
This is Super Bowl champion Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by NOPEC.
Baseball first, the Guardians trying to gain ground on the AL Central leading Twins when they open a 3-game series tonight. Cleveland trails Minnesota by 6 games. Wideout Anthony Schwartz, he's among the Browns' first round of cuts as they whittle their roster down to its 53-man limit. And a new study finds 40% of contact sport athletes who died before the age of 30 were in the early stages of the brain disease CTE. I'm Scott Davidson.
Electric bills skyrocketing? You can opt into NOPEC at any time for rates as low as 6.45 cents per kilowatt hour. It only takes one phone call to NOPEC's Customer Care Center at 888-851-0459. That's 888-851-0459.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Did you and your family lose Ohio Medicaid and need health coverage? Check this out. You may be eligible to enroll in a low-cost health plan at healthcare.gov. With the new law, 4 out of 5 customers can find a plan for $10 or less per month with financial help.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com. All the other stuff. And if you listen on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do it. It's out of state. I'd like to know where people are. Sasha listens in Portland, Oregon. Sarah's in Norwalk, Connecticut. Justin's out in Phoenix. And Joe listens in San Jose, California. Guardians are in Minneapolis tonight to start up a 3-game series against the Twins. That's going to be a 7:40 start. Twins are tops in the division. Guards are a few games behind. Guardians have still not yet won 70 games this season. But see what happens tonight, 7:40 here on MMS. So Pete Davidson is coming to the Agora for people who are interested in seeing him. He's been on tour. Well, they said it was a tour, and then it was mostly like East Coast stuff. So maybe he's clearly spreading out. But if you're a Pete Davidson fan, he's going to do the Agora on Sunday, October the 15th. And the tickets will go on sale this Wednesday morning at 10 a.m. Tomorrow, by the way, is your final day to vote for young Cody Brown, our own little Poundcake here, as he is nominated for Best Sports Talker. Cleveland Scene does their annual Best of Cleveland. The nominations are determined by you guys, and somehow our own Cody Brown got on Best Sports Talker. And so we've been making a big push to get some votes for him because we'd love to see him at that winner's ceremony, all decked out in his canary yellow. So I come with a hat. I envision you dressed like Jim Carrey in The Mask.
That's every time he says canary yellow, I think of Dumb and Dumber, the tuxedos. I know that's not yellow, but they're orange and blue.
I was going to say, those are orange and blue,
That's what I've been picturing.
Okay. With the ruffles, you mean?
Yes.
Like the,
I was thinking more of The Mask.
like a zoot suit. A canary yellow zoot suit.
Whatever a zoot suit is.
That's what that style, like that sharp cut, kind of that inverted triangle thing, you know, cherry poppin' daddies. Mid-90s. Mid-90s. It was a big...
Swing came back.
Yeah, like for one summer, Swing came back, and it was a lot of Royal Crown Review, and they were getting their music in The Mask, and it was Squirrel Nut Zippers and all that crap. And it was fine, you know, for as long as it lasted, but Poundcake could bring it back, provided he wins Best Sports Talker. So
there was an influx of movies that were either there's a lot of swing in them, or there was just like an influence of swing. So there's like the movie Swingers. I think what's the band that's saying "You and Me in the Bottle Makes Three Tonight"?
Oh, Big Bad Voodoo Daddy.
Yes,
there were a bunch of those.
Exactly
they all sounded the same.
It was Big Bad Voodoo Daddy.
Yeah.
And then there's the movie Swing Kids, where there was that took place in the era of swing.
Okay.
Back in like the early days of World War II, and they were dancing against the Nazis in Germany. And then,
People like you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there was The Mask had a very heavy big band and swing.
Royal Crown
aspect to
Review
it.
did
Yeah.
a lot of songs on The Mask.
Yeah.
The band I felt worst for was the Stray Cats, because they had been around since the late 70s, and they're
Right.
like, we can barely get booked anymore.
Yeah.
And here's these bands no one's heard of.
And by then,
now, in their defense, Brian Setzer is still very much around,
but Brian Setzer was having his own thing going on with the Brian Setzer Orchestra.
Yes, that's right. And the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, I mean, they went out on their own terms. They finally called it quits last year, but they've been around for 40 years, you know.
Yeah, they were in Clueless around that time.
The Boss Tones, okay.
Yeah.
I just remember Dickie Barrett was Jimmy Kimmel's first announcer.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, ooh, I wonder if the Boss Tones are not doing it. Anyway, but yeah. So tomorrow is the last day to vote for Cody at clevescene.com. You can vote once a day under the category of Best Sports Talker. Bill and Mary are nominated in their respective categories. if you want to throw them a vote too. Of course, WMMS is nominated.
And the Alan Cox Show. And best podcast, the Bill Squire Show.
There you go. But first and foremost, as opposed to second and fifth most, our own Cody Brown for best sports talker.
The only person that hasn't won anything on this show. In this
Well,
particular,
I mean-
in a Cleveland scene category.
Oh, I see. I was going to say.
Best of Cleveland.
Yeah.
Browns cut their kicker. Do you see that? That's been.
They got a guy from your L.A. Chargers.
Yeah.
I mean, they dumped that Cade York deadwood, and they grabbed a dude from your team.
Yep.
Hmm.
I mean, there's just a plethora of talent over there at the Chargers. So they're like, hey.
You have a plethora? Oh, yes, I have a plethora. Okay, so do you know who this guy is from the Chargers? I mean,
no, because he's not their main kicker. He's just a guy that
we could trade a draft pick for down the line, and
or something like that. Because I mean, he's a guy that's bounced around the league, but
okay,
got to be better than Cade York. Cade York is the worst. He was terrible. Like in preseason games when it doesn't matter, he's in his own head and missing kicks, like a lot of kicks.
Yeah.
To the point where Phil Dawson's like, hey, if I have to, I'll come out of retirement at 48 years old and be the kicker.
Oh, yeah. The 49ers are going to be crawling back to Robbie Gould. My boy Robbie Gould, who was like the highest paid guy on the Chicago Bears when we had him, and then he went to the 49ers, and, you know, dude was flawless. And they have 2 injured kickers now, and so there are all these memes of, like, the 49ers going back to Robbie Gould, like, please, all is forgiven.
Do you think that if you had trained like your whole life, you could have been a good kicker?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I think that
no,
that would have been cool.
You got to have a strong toe,
right?
Now,
but like if
I don't know how strong my
though.
toes are. I mean, you know, I think that you should. I think it'd be great to go the way of the Disney movie Gus, which was a mule who would kick.
Yeah,
and I think you could also.
You know, they never really actually try to get animals to kick field goals or
Air Bud did.
I mean, but I'm saying in movies they do it all the time.
Not in real life.
Why aren't we trying to do this in real life?
Yeah.
A football game where you get to see a golden retriever.
I think he was a golden receiver.
Yeah, golden receiver.
Golden receiver.
I'd be so excited about that.
Well, and Gus, you know, people go, oh, it was a mule in high school. No. It was a mule in the National Football League. Remember the name of the NFL team in Gus?
No.
Go that far back? It was the California Adams.
Okay. So it wasn't
it
was like not ADAMS.
That was one of those
named Adam.
Where they're made, you know, it wasn't like it was a professional football team, but it wasn't like an NFL franchise.
It was in the National Football League.
They didn't have
in
like,
the
the
movie.
rights.
Right. But they said the California Adams are in the very bottom of the rankings of the NFL.
I never saw that.
They haven't won a game in years because we don't have relegation here. But yeah, Gus was a fun movie when I was a kid.
There was another movie
because he was according to the movie poster. This is what got me. He was the league's leading laugh scorer.
Oh no!
So that's what drew me in as a young.
There's also
5-year-old lad.
Tony Danza, the Philadelphia garbage man field goal kicker or whatever it was.
What's that?
That was like a made-for-TV movie. I think it was a Disney Channel original.
Oh.
And he was the garbage picking field goal kicker or something like that.
Disney Channel original.
The garbage picking, field goal kicking Philadelphia phenomenon.
Oh, that's a movie. That's
Disney
not the one.
presents Tony Danza.
That's not the one with. It is Tony Danza.
Yeah.
That's not the Mark Wahlberg one.
Not unkickable or what was his?
Yes, unkickable.
What was it?
Invincible.
Invincible.
All right.
Yeah, unkickable.
Well, I did like the
They
Tony.
never kicked me, I swear.
I did like the Tony Danza tap dance extravaganza. They were a great band, but no longer.
There's also a movie called Bingo where the dog didn't play football, but the kid's dad played football, and it was. I can't remember who it was. Kind of a hilarious guy that was playing the kicker, but he was a barefoot kicker. So like the whole joke through the whole movie is that he's just like trying to protect his foot from the elements and stuff because he never wears a shoe because that'll mess him up.
Oh, okay.
And he got traded to the Packers.
Right. All right. The dad is a kicker for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, and then he gets traded to the Packers.
There you go.
Who played him?
David Raish.
What was he in?
He played Sledgehammer back in the day. Yeah.
Man, I love Sledgehammer.
He was most
when I was a
recently in
kid.
Succession, if you watch Succession. Yeah. He's a Chicago boy.
I don't think I ever actually got to watch an episode of Sledgehammer, but I remember loving Sledgehammer.
Oh, yeah.
I just thought it was like the coolest name for a guy.
It was like a TV version of The Naked Gun or Airplane, those kinds of movies. By the way, they are rebooting the Naked Gun movies with Liam Neeson in the...
He's not silly enough.
I think he can absolutely do it. You remember he was in Ted 2 when he was
No.
trying to buy the tricks? He's like, it's my understanding that these are only for children. I mean, the authorities won't follow me. I mean,
but that's kind of why Leslie Nielsen worked in those roles, is because he was a serious actor.
He's a dramatic actor, yeah.
Until he was in Airplane, and then it kind of took off from there.
Yeah, it was the against typecasting of Leslie Nielsen that really got him going. And I remember Leslie Nielsen in the first Creep Show movie. He was great, where Ted Danson, he gets buried up to his neck. Hey, Mike, hello.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, Bill, do you know Nate Freese, kicker from Detroit Lions?
I've heard of him.
Yeah, he went to Strong so high. That dude could kick the ball country mile, man, but got drafted, shanked them, every one of them.
Man, so much pressure.
Soccer player.
It's so hard.
What?
It's so hard to do that, to be a professional kicker. I'm agreeing with you, sir.
Soccer player. Yeah, all right. Alan, did you see that Drea Di Matteo is on OnlyFans? Well, yeah, listen, she's 51 now, and she's not getting cast in things, and her boyfriend's like at a rock band or something, if they're still together, I don't know. But she was, of course, Adriana on The Sopranos back in the day. And then she was on that ill-fated Friends spinoff. Remember they did a show called
Joey? And she was
where
Joey's
they gave
brother or sister.
They gave what's his name? Who played Joey?
Matthew Lawrence.
Matthew LeBlanc. His spinoff show. So Drea Di Matteo now is on OnlyFans. And again, OnlyFans is such a big umbrella that when people hear OnlyFans, they go, oh, I'm going to see them naked or doing wonderful things to their own body.
That's mostly what it is, though.
But a lot of them don't do that, especially like the high-profile ones. They go, here's some pictures of me with my bra off. But for people who are going looking for, like, hardcore stuff, a lot of them don't do that because they're like, look, I still want to get cast in things. This is just a way for me to make some money.
It's kind of a ripoff, though. You expect... because OnlyFans, most of the people that do it, even if they're not doing hardcore, they're showing naked, like boobs or private parts. Like
right.
I can see your tan lines and stuff on Instagram. Anything that Instagram wouldn't show, I expect to see on OnlyFans. So people will pay once, you'll get that subscription one time for a month maybe, but people aren't going to resubscribe if they're just like, whoopsie, like they don't like a tease. Like the tease was the Instagram. We want, if we're paying for it, we want the full Monty.
I agree with you, but you see that more. But you'll see it more and more of people putting it right in the bio.
Mm-hmm.
No hardcore stuff, and then it's up to you to decide, where you want to go from there. But
if Bad Bunny can do it on Instagram stories and show some bush, then so can everyone else.
Bad Bunny,
the Puerto Rican rapper.
Yeah, I'm not looking for his bush.
It was in his stories, and
not looking for his bush.
Well, people were. He took a picture, and it was like
he should take acting lessons. Some in Bullet Train. I was like, Jesus.
It was dark. It was a dark photo, but of course, all people need to do is screenshot it and raise the brightness, and then you just see.
So you were putting it through some Photoshop crap? Mr. ILM over here, he's like putting it through filters and brightening.
I didn't have to. When I see something like that.
He's doing special effects on some rapper's bush.
If I see a celebrity leak, like if I see a picture if there's some bulge, if there's any hint of any type of nudity, all I have to do is type it into Google or Twitter, and someone has already done it. I just popped up, I think it was on TMZ. And it was like, Bad Bunny shows more to the imagination, or a little to the imagination. I'm like, click. I'm like, someone just raised the brightness. He knew what he was doing. So, and it was literally like pubes and, a little bit of, can I say shaft?
You just did.
Okay. Well, I was giving you a...
Damn right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the context. I assume you're talking about the detective movie with Richard Roundtree.
Sure.
Damn right. Hey, you can always leave us messages. We got a lot of drunken messages over the weekend in the after hours line after the cruise. But you can call even when you're sober, whenever you want. 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan and gang, had a blast on the Captain's Buns floating fandango this evening. Got to meet one Julia Mary, one DJ Jake C, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be out with you guys on the lake and have a good time. Love me, love you, hate the show. Bye.
Yeah, that's the new one.
Nailed it.
Love me, love you, hate the show. Yeah, right. No, that's what I'm talking about. When people like meet other frequent callers or other listeners that they've heard on the show, it's great. It's a lot of fun. So thank you for coming. Julia Mary, of course, from the Cleveland Funny Bus.
Oh, I'm going to do a Funny Bus tour on Monday. Just going on.
Wait, when is
On
this?
Labor Day?
Labor Day.
You're
yeah.
going on Labor Day?
Yeah, just me and some friends are going to go on.
Oh, you're just attending.
Just attending, yeah. Making Brian Sternick. I didn't want him to have the day off, so I was like, "Can we put one together?"
There you go.
Mhm.
Because he doesn't deserve a day off.
That's nice.
He doesn't deserve a day
Nice
off.
way to treat a friend.
Is your sister still on OnlyFans?
Yeah.
Is she still making money on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
She is. You can find her.
I mean, I don't want to find her, but I mean,
Whoever wants to
and
can.
I was gonna say, anytime we mention OnlyFans, people go, "Is Mary's sister still on it?"
Mary's sister is still on OnlyFans.
All right.
She's killing it.
It's at Mary's sister on
No,
OnlyFans.
It'll be easy to find.
Alan's sledgehammer was awesome. Instead of a silencer, he had a loudener.
That's hilarious.
I wonder if you can stream that anywhere.
I wonder, because I mean, I remember it as a kid, and I remember the intro and that he had a hammer on the handle of his gun.
Yeah, it was
And
only
this
two
so
seasons, 1986 and 1987. Can you stream Sledgehammer? Man, I don't know. It's
Might
on.
just be on
You can buy it
YouTube.
on Amazon, I think, but yeah, David Raish was Sledgehammer with an exclamation point. Yeah. Anyway, so thank you. Yes, if you were able to make it out, and we had a lot of fun. Of course, we all learned before the cruise that Bob Barker had died, and we all had the same thought because he died at 99. Boy, Poundcake's going to call Bob Barker a loser because he takes it personally when these guys can't make it
to 100.
he takes it as they didn't try hard enough to get to 100. Of course, the joke that everybody on the internet was making was that he got as close as he possibly could without going over, which is a pretty good joke until everybody started making it. But Bob Barker, dead at 99. And this is a guy, I mean, Gwen was like, I swear to God he died 5 years ago. There's no way. I go, no, he just died. She's like, man, I swear I was reading his obituary 5 years ago. I go, there's a very small group of like centenarian celebrities or even close to that. And it's obviously getting smaller and smaller, but like Mel Brooks is still alive and Norman Lear just turned 101. And there's some actress who is like the last living person that was in The Wizard of Oz. And, and so Bob Barker was on that list. But he died. But he had retired a long time ago. Drew Carey has been doing The Price is Right now for almost 20 years.
Jeez, that's crazy. No, not that long.
I mean, Bob Barker retired in 06, 07, didn't he?
I don't know.
All right, well.
That seems like way too long.
It seems like it, but I mean, he's been there for quite some time. Bob Barker hasn't been doing Prices Right. Hasn't been doing Prices Right in a long, long time.
Well, that's 16 years.
Yeah.
Well,
like I said, almost 20 years. Yeah. Unless he gets fired. And that's a gig you can do until you decide to retire. They're not firing game show hosts. So, but I mean, Bob Barker's also had stuff going on. This is a guy who would fall and get hurt. And I don't mean the last couple of years. I mean, for 20 years. I mean, there's a story years ago where he was like walking back to his house from getting the mail and he fell on the sidewalk and there just happened to be a couple of cops going past his house. So they pull over and put him in, they call an ambulance and the whole thing. His maid had to drive him to the emergency room because he'd fall in his house. And he'd be back in the hospital. He had like prostate surgery a long time ago and, So Bob Barker is gone. At the age of 99. Lame. Causing a lot of problems for young Poundcake.
It just makes me mad. Like I was one couple months away from getting a letter from my senator. You could, you know.
I can't wait until he gets to 100 and the senator doesn't send him
They
anything.
better not forget. I'm like, I made it all the way to 100 for you to forget about me.
Yeah, but who cares about getting a letter from the senator?
I want everything that I'm due when I'm
You
100.
don't even know who your senators are.
That's not the point. I'm not gonna
What
know.
is the point?
The point is.
Who are your senators in Ohio? There are two. You have a Democratic and a Republican senator here in Ohio. Who are they? Who would you like? Would you like to get letters from both of them?
Yeah. Is one of them the eye patch guy?
The eye patch guy.
I know he has an eye patch. I don't remember his
Dan Crenshaw?
Does he have an eye patch?
He's
Dan
probably
Crenshaw
the only
does,
guy.
yeah.
Dan Crenshaw
But
does.
he's not in Ohio.
No.
Oh, then Jim Brown is a representative, not a senator, right?
Jim Brown.
no,
The guy from the Browns?
Not Jim Brown. Who am I thinking
Jim
of?
Jordan.
Jim Jordan.
Yeah.
Jim Jordan.
The guy who covered up all that Ohio State rape.
Because I know he is. He's like my district, Oberlin.
But he's not a senator. He's a
Yeah,
representative.
He's a representative.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who they are.
Dan Crenshaw is from Texas. You have Sherrod Brown and J.D. Vance.
Okay.
Yeah. So you want letters from both of them when you turn 99.
Yeah,
The Ouija board says you're going to die at 35. So you got a real hill to climb there if you're trying to get. And by the way, both of them will be dead by the time they're not going to still be.
Senator.
Who knows who the
Yeah.
senators will be?
If
Who
we
knows
have-
if that
Who knows
will
if
still
we'll
be a
still be a
thing?
country, you
Yeah.
know?
Nobody knows.
I mean, with this Civil War looming,
Like if I'm 100,
where are we going to end up?
Yeah.
I have to live to 2092. That's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous.
2092.
It almost rises to the level of being redonkulous.
I don't recognize this world now. I won't recognize the world in 2092.
You're not going to recognize the world in 10 years. All right, I got to take a break here. I'm going to have those Greta Van Fleet tickets for you. If you dig those guys, they're coming to do a show at the Romo Fijo. The show is September the 23rd. It's a Saturday night, so I'll hook you up here coming up.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Sunny skies for your Monday with highs in the 70s. Clear tonight with overnight lows in the upper 50s to 60. Tomorrow, sunny, highs in the upper 70s.
This report is sponsored by Wayside Furniture. Don't miss Wayside Furniture's huge Labor Day event for incredible deals on your favorite name brands. Wayside in Akron, keeping it local since 1937. 1367 Canton Road, near the intersection of Route 224.
Hey, it's Bill. Wendy's new loaded nacho cheeseburger is seriously a game changer when it comes to burgers. I've been on the air for over 10 years, and I have to say with certainty that this is the cheesiest, crunchiest, and juiciest burger I have ever had the chance to talk about. I'm not joking. Wendy's has really outdone themselves this time. It's got fresh poblano queso, crunchy tortilla strips, and even jalapeno cheddar bun. It's a burger so crazy it works. I know what you might be thinking. How can I get in on this historical burger moment? Well, don't worry, but listen closely. Head over to your nearest Wendy's and get a loaded nacho cheeseburger for yourself, and you'll see and taste what I mean. And then pair that burger with the new Frosty Cream Cold Brew that comes in 3 tasty flavors: vanilla, chocolate, and caramel. So head over to your local Wendy's for their new loaded nacho cheeseburger and the Frosty Cream Cold Brew. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
Hey, it's Alan. Have you heard this song? Did you even maybe not realize that it was a game? Well, it turns out the Ohio Lottery is up to their usual tricks with this one, and it could score you $500. So if you hear this, just grab your phone, because the Ohio Lottery made a game and disguised it as a song, but you need your phone to play to win $500. Whatever you use to identify songs, right? Siri, Shazam, Google. So here, take a shot and see what you come up with. And then when you find find the name, you need to kind of use your brain a little bit to figure out the URL. I'm not going to tell you the name because it's a spoiler, but keep listening for your chance to win. There's 500
TC. Listen to Michael Smith Presents The Dynasty Exchange on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. Stuff away. Yeah, yeah.
All right, we're going to go see Greta Van Fleet. They dropped a new album called Starcatcher, and so the Starcatcher World Tour is coming to Cleveland with special guest Surf Curse. And there's a couple of tickets here for you to see Greta Van Fleet. Saturday, September 23rd at the Romo Fijo. You can go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com. They make you spell it all out if you want the details. But you can get this pair of tickets here from me. Two for Greta Van Fleet. Have fun. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Pro tip, if a cop pulls you over and they hear you listening to this, they're probably just going to let you go. Because, you know, they figured you suffered enough.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send a text? Alan Cox Show.com for all the other stuff. Just helping out today. Swally Wartworth. Swally Wartworth. Thank you so much. A lot of W's in there. Took me by surprise. Swally Wartworth. Yeah, so Greta Van Fleet about this time all week. If you want to hop out to Kentucky, by the way, Louisville, that Louder Than Life Festival is going on. I'll have tickets for you for that, too. That's that same weekend as Greta Van Fleet here in town. It's 21st through the 24th at the Kentucky Exposition Center. That's where they explain everything to you.
Steven Crowder put that together?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Louder with Crowder Than Life.
Don't know about that. But this is his, whose, what?
Don't worry about it. Just
Yeah.
Very stupid.
From the people who brought you Sonic Temple, I believe they do Louder Than Life. Foo Fighters, Green Day, Tool, Pantera, Queens of the Stone Age.
Damn.
Mary's new favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Rancid, Turnstile, Limp Bizkit, Weezer. A lot of good bands.
Wait.
And Avenged Sevenfold. There's a lot of good bands and Avenged Sevenfold.
Hey, I
What?
like Avenged Sevenfold.
I guarantee you do.
First of all.
Guarantee you do.
Second of all.
You're the only person who had the request booed.
I'm the only person. All right, I'm done. I'm just going to go home.
Say what you were going to say.
Very clearly not welcome here.
Say what you were going to say. You're welcome here. Your music was not welcome on Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. Whatever. And again.
That's what the people said.
That's, yeah. Yell at them. What?
Brian wants to go see Rancid, but if they're just, how long do you think their festival set would be if they're not one of the big font bands? 20 minutes?
Probably 30.
Yeah, I'd say 30.
He's been talking about going to see them for a little while.
Yeah.
I mean, also, you can see them play 20 songs in a 30-minute set.
I guess that's true. Are they all? I don't know much about
It's
it.
Rancid. I mean, they're 2-minute punk songs. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they're doing mostly festivals.
Yeah, because I was
fall.
looking that up, and it didn't seem like they had but one or two different headlining spots. So I was like, oh, but that might not be worth the money.
Guardians start up tonight in Minneapolis. First of 3 against the Twins. That is a 7:40 start here on MMS. Here in Cleveland, Noah Syndergaard is already out.
Yeah.
The Cleveland Indians. They have
like a
designated him for assignment.
His ERA was over 5, and they're like, yeah, bye-bye.
Right. He came from the Dodgers like a couple of weeks ago, right?
Yep.
So they pulled him from the roster, and now they either have to trade him or do what?
You can't trade him because trade deadline's passed. So he can either play for a minor league team or someone can claim him off waivers.
I thought if you were designated for assignment, that's like a loophole to trade somebody. I could be wrong, but I don't
think it's a trade. It's like they'll claim him off waivers. Basically,
I see.
A team can go, we'll take a flyer on this, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
He allowed 5 runs and 4 hits in 6 innings in Toronto last night. The Cleveland Guardians were still able to come back and beat the Blue Jays, but that turned out to be his last start for the Cleveland Guardians. So listen, maybe he's getting a little long in the tooth. Who knows? I don't know. He's not an old man. I mean, he's probably, I don't know how old he is. Probably almost
31 or 32.
Well, there you go. Anyway, so I don't think he came here with a lot of fanfare, but I mean, he was a pretty hot
he's 30.
topic for a while. But
he's 30.
Yes.
Are you going to go to this Greta Van Fleet show?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm sending my daughter to the stop in Detroit because she's a huge Greta Van Fleet fan.
I think I might go to this show.
It's great for kids who have never heard Led Zeppelin before.
And I haven't. So
Right. Yeah.
I'm a kid and I've never heard it. So
Although they've really I'm curious because even Greta Van Fleet, it's not like they weren't self-aware about it. I mean, everybody, when you're young, or teenagers for God's sake, when they first kind of blew up, we went to go see them a couple years back at Nautica, and it was packed out. And it was kids, it was grown-ass adults who probably loved a band of dudes who sounded like Led Zeppelin. So
well, that's what I was thinking.
They have a lot of people who come out to see them, and I think that they have kind of changed their sound up a little bit too, which, I mean, you can't keep doing the same thing over and over again. But, yeah, it's the singer came out.
Mm-hmm. I was looking at tickets, and I was like, wow, they're really, they must trust that they're going to sell out the Romo Fijo if they're playing there, because I was thinking, maybe they'll be at the House of Blues or
I imagine
no, they're way too big for the House of Blues.
Yeah, I imagine there'll be some curtains pulled. I imagine it'll be about the way they sat it for Smashing Pumpkins.
Still, like the Wolstein Center?
No, but I mean the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse wants to do events like that, so they'll get 10 or 15,000 people in there.
Plus, when was the last time Wolstein booked a band? Are they still doing that? Like, I never hear about bands playing the Wolstein Center anymore.
It's very rare.
I was saying, is it under renovations or something?
I think that's the plan. They're trying to make it some massive complex over there. I don't know if it currently is. I'm just off the top of my head. I couldn't tell you the last time I heard about a band coming to the Wolstein Center.
The band I saw at Wolstein Center was Perfect Circle.
I saw.
That's probably that's a show we were both at.
Yeah.
That's probably the last one I saw.
And maybe 21 Pilots. I saw them there too.
Say what, Cody?
I saw Childish Gambino there. That was the last concert I saw.
He's so childish.
But yeah,
he's so Gambino.
I don't know if I didn't know if they could have like pyro and stuff there. That's why I always thought if you have pyro in your act, you usually go to Romo Fijo. If you're just you need a big venue, but you don't have like a huge setup, then you would do Wolstein.
I mean, I was at Wolstein last year for a wrestling.
There's
so
pyro?
They're doing things like that. Yeah, they do pyro.
Oh, okay. But whatever. I'm liking what I hear. I heard one song by them. I was like, hey, I could get down with that. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, no, listen, I think that first go-round.
A rock boy, that's what it comes down to.
That first go-round, people really dug what they heard because it had such a, classic Zeppelin vibe.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to draw a lot of people out. But then when you got to do something different. And so you might end up peeling away some of those fans. But my daughter's still a big fan of theirs.
Do you think, and I hope not, I hope this isn't the case, but in your professional opinion, do you think him coming out, the lead singer Josh or whatever his name is, was going to have an effect on their fan base?
No,
They're
because
so
I
far
think
removed from that
anyone
now.
paying attention knew that was eventually going to happen. No, I don't think that came as a shock to any of the fans. And who cares? They're young dudes, It's not like Rob Halford coming out where Judas Priest fans were like, what? He's gay. Yeah. I'm like, what, the motorcycles and spikes didn't give it away for 40 years? If you like the music, who cares?
I wonder if there'll be a country singer that'll come out as gay and how they would take that.
I don't even know if there are any gay country singers.
Oh, there have to be. Not male country singers. Maybe.
No, but like a male country singer that's just like Luke Combs finally I've been living a lie this whole time.
They're too into the, I don't know.
You mean Lil Nas X, Mary? Doy.
I know, that's what I looked up and that came up. I'm like, you don't know about that.
Ty Herndon. He's not really around though anymore, is he?
I don't know who that is.
Lil Nas X, where the hell did he go?
He's still around.
He was around for a
enjoying
summer.
his money.
Yeah, it's a lot of open and out female country singers.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know about the guys. But yeah, a hell of a lot harder for a guy to come out in country music.
Because it's all based in faith. And
well, it's got nothing to do with, they think it has to do something with faith.
But
there's nothing in their faith that should deprive anybody from
Who's that
having a
ginger
problem.
that had the viral video come out and then he had to do a video where he's like, hey, Fox News, you're missing the point of this song.
Oh, Oliver Anthony or something. Guy had a wild voice, though.
Great voice. Incredible voice.
He feels like a plant For some reason, something feels very contrived about it, but you're right. They really glommed on and were like, here's our new MAGA hero. And he's like, nope.
I hear that word tossed around a lot.
Not what I'm talking about.
But what does it mean? What does an industry plant mean?
That it's something that has got like a major label funding behind it, but they put it out there to make it look like it just spontaneously erupted out of the, this guy's in the woods, he's playing a guitar that it looks very expensive. And, now again, I don't know anything about the guy. Nobody does. Nobody knows anything about this guy other than the fact they're like,
if he was fat, Mary'd be all about him.
Fat Ginger.
Fat Ginger, yeah.
But, then all this lore comes with, they're like, oh, he turned down $8 million. People were telling me that. I'm like, I guarantee you this guy didn't turn down $8 million. Because if you're trying to get a career going, why would you turn down $8 million? You are a complete unknown. Just because you had 15 million hits on YouTube, it's going to be gone next week.
Yeah, that's $300
strings attached or something.
Right.
It may be.
Well, there's strings attached to everything. Yes, anybody gives you $8 million, they're going to want a few things.
But chances are
they're going to want an album from you. But that's what you're trying to do.
But chances are, if they're offering you $8 million, you're probably worth more if you do it yourself. And if they're taking your career in a direction that you don't want to go, like if they're telling you, oh, this is the music we have in mind for you, like, no. If you feel like you can do it better, why not?
Yeah, but do that after the deal falls through. Like now you have so many more avenues. Back in the day, if you got signed to a record label and they didn't promote you properly, people always complain about getting signed to a record label and then the label didn't promote them. Or it's all these politics, right? Back then, if that happened, you were screwed. You went back to your hometown, you start playing bars again. Now, if your deal falls through, contingent on what language is in the contract, just get on YouTube. Do it. Start there, or keep going there.
Right.
Plenty of people do that.
They go to OnlyFans.
But nobody's turning down $8 million when no one's ever heard of you and you have a surprise viral hit. That's a fun story to float out there because it makes him sound like a good old boy. But But anyway, he has a very interesting voice. I really didn't pay attention to the. I heard people talking about the lyrics of the song. I didn't really pay that close attention to him, but. I know that he was clearly, he was tweaked some kind of nerve with right-wingers or something. I don't know.
Right-wingers got behind because he was just talking about the man and, a lot of just kind of like being fed up with stuff. And they're like, yeah, that's what we're saying. We're fed up with this too. And he's like, no, I'm talking about, you guys are millionaires and billionaires.
So are people
too.
on the
like,
left.
Yeah,
people on the, 50 years ago, that would have been a left-wing protest song.
Right. He's like, I don't give a crap about Biden like you guys. He's just like, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
Twisting his words.
His voice to me was interesting enough where I would like to hear like more stuff that the guy does.
Yeah, his voice gave me chills when I heard it. I was like,
yeah, it sounds good. He sounded like that. God, who's the guy? They had a big hit a couple summers ago. The Night Sweat, Nathaniel Rateliff and the Night Sweat. Son of a bitch! You remember that song?
Yeah.
And then they kind of did all the late night
10
shows.
years ago.
Huh?
That song's been out for like almost 10 years now.
Is that long ago?
Maybe,
Oh
yeah,
man,
right?
Yeah, okay. It's a good song though.
It's a great song.
Yeah.
Maybe it's 2015, but still a while.
Nathaniel Rateliff and the Night Sweats. Yeah, right. S.O.B. was the song.
It's a good song.
It's a great song.
I really like this song a lot. Very fun.
And this wasn't really country. It was kind of like folky, kind of, When Mumford & Sons, if you had a banjo and a guy playing a flute, you could get on a stage and...
I'm gonna need someone to help me. I'm gonna need somebody's hand. I'm gonna need someone to hold me down. I'm gonna need someone to care. I'm gonna rise and shake my body.
Oh, he's coming to Jacob's Pavilion on September 19th, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cover myself with the ashes.
Sounds like a gospel band.
And nobody's gonna give a damn. Son of a bitch! Give me a drink.
That's the best part of the whole song, and you got to wait too long for that.
But he does it a couple times.
It's called S.O.B., I think.
It's worth the wait, though. It's
It is.
Good
It's fun.
build-up.
Good song. He's from Denver, and, but... Yeah, so anyway, he's still around. He's touring, I guess. I didn't realize that, but there it is. Jacob's Pavilion on the 19th of September. You haven't even missed it. Son of a bitch. That's
Oh, yeah,
great.
Dre.
Now, the guy playing in the woods, that fat ginger, he should have worked that in.
He's not
As
a
an
fat
o-
ginger yet.
Oh, he's not?
He's just kind of a.
He didn't look skinny to me.
Husky?
He's not. I wouldn't call him fat. Look regular.
Regular? You mean a regular-looking American?
Yeah.
I see. Okay, well, yeah, you could make a case for that, I guess.
Regular.
Oliver Anthony. Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, he's not, I mean, he's probably, I don't know, 6'3", 215 pounds?
Yeah, I wouldn't call that fat.
Yeah. Sounds familiar. Alan, in interviews, he said he's not trying to make a career, and that's why he turned them on. Again, I call bull shrimp on all of that, right? You don't post a video of you singing if you're not trying to do something. You don't have a voice you keep it to yourself. You keep it to yourself, right? You sing in the woods, you sing to your family, whatever. Nobody's posting themselves on YouTube if they're all shy about their craft and not trying to get. So
can you play a little bit of that song so people that
I
may
don't know.
not have heard
I
it?
haven't heard it.
You haven't heard this?
No, I saw it going crazy, but I haven't listened to it yet.
What's the song? Oh, Rich Men North of Richmond.
Yeah.
Is the name of the song. Okay. Yeah, because he got 30 million hits on it?
Selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours.
Okay. Pause for 1 second.
Hey, wait.
You gotta pause anyway on that.
Okay, what?
He was
You guys, this is twangy. This is the kind of country that you guys say you hate.
No, this is, I wouldn't listen to a whole concert of this, but it's an interesting song, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's giving the guy props for being a good, he sounds good.
He does, but this is about as twangy as it gets.
It's like Appalachian jug band music.
Yeah.
Right. But that's an interesting sound on its own. I can stand for 3 minutes of that. I would not go watch a whole concert of that.
Or listen to it constantly.
Away, drag back home and drown my troubles away.
But I mean, there's no F-bomb in here, is there?
No, he said BS. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, whatever.
It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is.
Anyway, yeah, it's just an interesting sound, right? I saw people talking about, this guy is political or whatever. And so it's you can fully understand why this guy would go, no, that's not what, because that's kind of what we all do, right? We all kind of put our own things into it, and then, But you're not going to convince me that the guy got offered $8 million as a complete unknown and turned it down.
I kind of agree that he's a plant. His teeth are too nice.
Well, there are people,
Who
and again,
take care of
I don't know
their
where the guy
teeth.
lives. Yeah, I mean,
He has
He's,
really good teeth.
Richmond.
Well, no, he doesn't live in Richmond. He's talking about the rich men north of Richmond, meaning Washington, D.C. But I don't think he lives in Richmond.
I think he's in West Virginia.
Dixon Dallas is a gay country singer. Orville
That
Peck.
sounds like a gay porn star to me.
Yeah, I'm Dixon
Dallas. There's no way.
Yeah, here's my new album, Up and Comer.
No, but I want to see a country music star that's established come
Like
out.
Luke Bryan, you're talking about.
Right.
Jason Aldean. Try that in a small town.
Morgan Wallen.
Everyone thinks that kid, for years, when I was a kid, I heard Kenny Chesney was gay. Why do they say that about him?
Because he wears flip-flops.
I've
That's all
never
it takes
heard
for that audience. Well, because he, I think when he dated Renee Zellweger, or they were married or something, I think it made it into the tabloids that she's like, yeah, he doesn't, it's not like it doesn't seem to know what he's doing down there. So I think maybe people exploded that into Hunter Hayes came out, and then, of course, he instantly fell off the charts, people are saying.
Wait,
Hunter Hayes? No, he's got a wife.
I was going to say he did
So
not
what?
come out.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because I liked him. Where did I see him? I think he went to Akron or something, or he performed at Akron.
Gay rumors are spreading over the internet. This doesn't say anything about
he
him
did not
actually
come out.
saying it.
All right.
I love that song of his. You know what? I want to go see him in concert when he comes back.
What song? Sunshine and Whiskey?
No, what was it? I don't want good and I don't want good enough.
Oh, Wanted?
Yeah. No, that's his other song.
I Want Crazy?
I Want Crazy. That's what it is. I had to look it up.
Yeah. I've seen him live. He's all right.
All right, anyway. I have to take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. I will have passes for you when we return to see the Cleveland Orchestra. It's called Distant Worlds, music from Final Fantasy. performed by the Cleveland Orchestra. It is Saturday the 9th at Blossom. I'll get a 4-pack of tickets for you after the break.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
There is a little girl, 2-year-old Isla McNabb, now the youngest Mensa member in the U.S., 2 years old. And Mensa is somebody that is part of the High Intelligence Organization.
Yeah.
Organization, not me.
No.
But
you're a member of DONSA.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
With Spectrum Mobile and the new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Galaxy Z Flip 5, you get faster speeds with Spectrum Speed Boost. Purchase the new Samsung Galaxy Z through Spectrum and get up to $1,000 off, plus the value of your trade-in device. Visit a Spectrum store or SpectrumMobile.com to get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Galaxy Z Flip 5 today. Visit spectrum.com/policies/mobile-terms for details. Restrictions apply. Spectrum Internet required. Auto pay required.
Giant Eagle, Get Go, and Market District have locked in prices on more than 1,000 items across the store. And with every trip, you can earn My Perks good for free gas and groceries. Check out all the products on Price Lock at Giant Eagle, Get Go, and Market District.
When it's the hottest day of the summer. But it's the hottest day of the summer. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
The celebration! One of the most beloved comedians on earth, Dave Chappelle, is hitting the road with a tour celebrating his birthday with you. Friday, September 8th at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. You know who he is. You know what he does. Comedic genius Dave Chappelle.
On sale now at rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com.
What a great birthday. Celebration, Beckett!
Life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance because you'll feel protected no matter how.
Great, but you ought to try something new. Cause you got a spot in a place that's hot.
Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Little ditty about giving stuff away.
All right, Saturday, September 9th out at Blossom. It is Distant Worlds is what they're calling it. Music from Final Fantasy, the game performed by the Cleveland Orchestra. All the details at clevelandorchestra.com. I got a 4-pack here for you. If you want to go, grab 3 pals. Good luck. Caller 10, these are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got that new Morgan Wallen here, Mary.
Hey, buddy, say you're straight. Well, that's great, but you ought to try something new.
No, it's the same. I've been... Record label sent it to me.
Yeah. And it likes to be tickled, too. I got a one to drop on your load and dock deliveries and the rear.
He's already getting a lot of hassle for it.
Buddy, let's play while the wife's away. Let me get you another beer. Let me pop you in the pooper, buddy.
What is this?
It's the new Morgan Wallen. I told you. Yes. You were asking, are there any out gay country artists? And yes, popped you in the pooper. That's the brand new Morgan Wallen. He's going to be pining for the days of people mad at him about the N-word. Ah, boy. No, that's from a band called Hot Rage many years ago. Hot with 2 T's. That's how you know they were serious. Oh, boy. No, I was just joshing you. I was just joshing you, just playing you a little funny there. It's got nothing to do. Certainly don't want to besmirch the stellar reputation of one Morgan Wallen with any kind of imposition.
He has a very distinct voice, and
Does
it's
he?
not the one that you played.
All right. Well, I believe you.
Yeah, it stinks all right.
I believe you.
You stink.
I smell great.
By the way, my apologies to the people who tried to listen to the Weekend Cox this Sunday morning. You know, Bill and Poundcake give of themselves to host the show. Could not have been easy after a big night, after the Alan Cox Show cruise, for them to come in and be doing it on Sunday morning. But they did. And people were telling me, hey, there's something playing over your show. I'm like, cool. Leaving me all these messages. Thank you.
Listen to that conversation again mom if you're not momming the stepkids. Right, that's a weird one. Mike's been doing this a long time. And that's how you know it's all nonsense.
Is that the game?
Joined by the legendary
No.
of the NBA. It's all about the hashtags. Much for the kind words.
They got these, all these studios now are connected, right? It's all software based. It's not all on autopilot. So if something screws up, who knows what we'll hear? Something like down the hall in one of the other studios got messed up and playing over my show on a Sunday morning. Now, there might be 5 people listening to the Weekend Cox. The hell do I know? But it's there. I don't ever hear my show accidentally go out over a Guardians game at TAM. So, yes, I got a lot of messages. Hey, trying to listen. Thank you. I do appreciate that. All I can do is get you to try to listen. And then a software glitch will make that difficult for you. That's why one of our other stations, The Lake, that's why they go, we play anything, because they literally might. Those listeners might be getting my metal show for all I know.
What's that called again?
2 hours to midnight, Bill.
When's it on?
It is
Probably like
on
8 p.m.
It is on Saturday nights here on The Buzzard. Now, we are off this Saturday for the holiday weekend, but boy, did we have another, as advertised, 2 hours of heavy metal this past Saturday night. If you missed it, I put the playlist up for you at, we have a 2 hours to midnight page at WMMS.com, but there's also the 2 hours to midnight Facebook page. Me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler. Man, is it fun. Great time. It goes by so quickly. You know, when I'm walking out of here at 12:01 on a Saturday night, I'm like, woo, Woo-wee, did I just do another 2 hours of metal?
Hell yeah.
Hell yes. You see, Steve Harvey got screwed by whoever does his Twitter account.
Nah.
And so he's on vacation, but has to like post a video apologizing to people. It was nothing terrible, but it was something that pissed him off. And he's like, that's not me. I didn't want that up there.
I came down here to get away, get in some nature, do some fishing. Somebody works for me on my Twitter, put a statement out that was totally negative. I got to take responsibility for it because they work for me. But the engagement was talking about name a comedian you don't think is funny. Why would I do something like that? That don't even make no damn sense. My whole brand is to be motivational, and I'm going to turn around and say something like that. You don't know where these young people at in their career, man. They could be coming up in anything. I'm all about positivity. I would have never done nothing like that. I'm so pissed off right now, man. Talking about I was trying to get some engagement. Okay. Be trying to get some employment, too. My bad, y'all. Now I got to come on here and do something, doing a damn selfie. So here it is. I'm sorry. Man, my bad, y'all. Won't happen again, though.
Yeah.
All right, I got to
How
take
about that?
So wait, what got posted?
Okay, so the Steve Harvey account, if you follow him, it said, name a comedian who's not funny.
Okay.
Which is a very un-Steve Harvey thing
But that's
to
also
do.
like a...
Unfortunately, I had about 50 responses to his tweet. But he goes, that's not me. And this is what sucks if you're a celebrity and you got some dummy doing your Twitter account. Because they're going to get bored or they don't realize they're on the account or you're switching back and forth.
But that's also just one of those clickbaity type of headlines where people can't wait to reply and get in the comments, and it gets a ton of engagement. So
That's
if you
right.
just have somebody that's
what he's
following-
alluding to there.
Yeah,
He's like,
so
yeah.
someone just following engagement tactics, they're going to post something like that because I see it all over Facebook all the time.
But also, Steve Harvey doesn't care about social media engagement.
No.
That's why he's not
doesn't
doing
need it.
He doesn't need it. That's why if you're going to get somebody, you go, dude. Like, he's a busy dude. I get it. So if anybody needs somebody doing his social media, it would be him.
I'll tell you what.
But he's not going to live and die by social media. I am Steve Harvey is him over on Twitter, X, whatever the hell. Are people still calling it Twitter?
I do.
Everybody goes Twitter, X, I don't know.
I still call it Twitter when I
Yeah.
refer to it at all. I'm barely on there, but
I got a lot more engagement than I thought because I posted bread and butter pickles are great, and I'm tired of people pretending they aren't.
You're
'Cause
disgusting.
I love bread and butter pickles.
So
I think
does
they're-
Brian.
They're great.
bread
They're
and butter
fantastic.
pickles
Disgusting.
are just fine.
They are horrendous.
Why? Too vinegary
Because,
or
no? They're sweet. I don't want a sweet pickle. If I want a pickle, I want that to be. I want it to be vinegary, tangy, dill. Even pickled
So
vegetables.
you don't like
both.
you don't like the little gherkins,
Gherkins are not sweet.
aren't they?
No.
Yeah, the
They can
tiny
be.
little
No.
sweet gherkins.
I've
Those are the
never
only
had
ones
a sweet gherkin.
Those are the only ones I've ever had.
Sweet gherkin's like the main gherkin.
The
yeah,
tiny little one. Oh,
What?
not chicharron. That's a.
No,
that's
not
a.
chicharron.
That's
No.
a
Gherkin's a kind of pickle.
pigskin.
Yeah.
What's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
There's
It's-
another name for tiny pickles.
It sounds like that.
Names for tiny pickles. Oh, this might get me in trouble on Google. Cornichons.
The cornichon, yeah.
Those are the ones I like.
Right.
That's different than a gherkin.
I don't know. I've never even heard of a cornichon.
Cornichon.
Cornichons are small, like thinner and
First
longer, right? I
gherkin.
thought.
Is that what they put on? What do they put on your Chicago hot dogs?
Like dill spears.
Okay.
Yeah.
A cornichon is a French gherkin.
Uh-huh.
Oh, grab my cornichon.
No,
I loved
They
the
are
Sweet Pickles
dilled-
bus when I was a kid. I remember the Sweet Pickles bus. You guys are everybody's so young around here.
Sweet pickle.
Your child's head start for school starts with this free Sweet Pickles preschool bus. There are stickers, games, puzzles, and hours of fun inside. They'll make learning basic skills like numbers and letters seem like child's play.
By the way, you know who that voice is there? It's the late, great Peter Thomas, who got very well known narrating Forensic Files. Doing the Sweet Pickles ad there. Us Gen Xers, us children of the 80s, loved the Sweet Pickles. You get these books. It was in like this, you get these cards, this little plastic van,
Yeah, I like
from
a
bus, Sweet Pickles bus.
I like a bread and butter pickle. I
By
think they're very
themselves
good.
or on something.
I like a bread and butter pickle. I like the chips. And
Just buy them. I'm saying you eat them on like a burger.
I'll
you
eat
just
them by
eat 'em-
themselves. I'll put them on a burger. I'll cut them up and put them in tuna salad or chicken salad.
Ugh. It's one of the worst days of my life. I accidentally bought a jar of sweet pickles, and I got home ready to put it on a
talk about
burger
that
or
in
whatever I
therapy?
was eating. It is. It's worse than anything I went through as a child. And I brought it home, and I was so mad.
Worst ever.
But that's the thing. Like,
I
that's
was
how you
so
get
mad.
engagement, like on Facebook, because I'm in some stupid bonus program where I get not a lot of money, but a little bit of money, and 200 people were weighing in about pickles, and I was like, this is great. I love that.
I only know them because when I was a kid, like most of my extended family, my mother's side, are rural people. And so a couple times a year, we would go downstate to a town called Streator, Illinois, which is where a lot of my family lived, and they had farms and things like that. And so we grew up with bread and butter pickles because they started with a family in Streator, Illinois. And so we would have jarred bread and butter pickles.
Mm-hmm.
And so I grew up having those a lot. So I couldn't tell you the last time I actually had one, but if somebody was like, do you want one? I'd say, yeah. I think they taste just fine.
I think they're very good. Now, when you don't know what you're getting, and I think that's a lot of people's problem with them, is they think they're going to end up getting a dill pickle, and it ends up being a bread and butter, and then that's where a lot of the anger
It's upsetting.
comes from.
It's very upsetting.
But you just got to know your pickles.
You got to know your gherkins from your
Yeah.
cornichons, Mary.
You got to know what kind of pickle you're looking.
Brian was very excited. That was early on in us dating. He
D-
came
is
over.
Is his nickname Brine? See what Bill, because of the pickles? Did you see?
I know, I'm laughing.
His name's Brian, but I called him Brine.
I'm laughing on the inside.
I call because of the pickles. Go ahead.
No. He came over. He was still drinking at the time. This was like really early in us dating, and I had just bought that accidental jar of pickles, and he was hammered. And I was like, you need me to make you a grilled cheese or something? And then I was like, do you like sweet pickles? He's like, I love sweet pickles. And I made him 2 grilled cheese sandwiches with sweet pickles on it. And he's like, this is the best grilled cheese I've ever had.
This is
in my
really,
entire-"
really good.
I sent him home the next day with a hangover and a jar of sweet pickles. I was
Yup.
like,
There you
get
go.
these out of my house.
Here you guys are, all these years later.
I know.
Still
I
together.
played Sweet Gherkins on 2 Hours to Midnight this Saturday night. They're doing the Agora next week. This is a new one. It's called The Hell's a Cornichon. But, they're not for everybody.
No, I think pickles
Well,
should be
listen,
dilled.
if you had asked me yesterday if we'd be getting to the pickle civil war on social media, I would have never thought it. But there it is.
Well, that's why you can't put us in a box, Alan.
Mm-hmm.
People have hard opinions on pickles.
I do. I definitely
I know you do. You viscerally reacted to that.
But I do like, here's the other thing, though.
All right.
Here's another, let's unpeel another layer of Mary, right?
Do it like an onion,
Yes.
like an onion.
Relish
Yeah.
better be sweet.
I
do
agree.
not like a dill relish.
No, I
at
like
all.
sweet relish. But then
Yes.
why don't you like sweet gherkins?
I think it's because of where it's going to go. Like the relish goes on the hot dog.
Where are you putting your pickles?
You know what I mean. Where the relish goes on hot dogs, so I like that sweet mixture with the salty of the ketchup and mustard.
You really put a lot of thought into this, I guess.
Yeah, well, only because at the birthday
That's
party.
why there's so many comments on my post, because a lot of people feel the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And they have all these little caveats where it's like, well, this is okay, but I don't like it this
Yeah.
way. Yeah.
At the birthday party Saturday, there was dill relish, and I didn't read it. I just saw relish smother my hot dog, and then I bit into it. I was like, oh, man.
Yeah, sweet relish I prefer. Alan, I've got fridge pickles out the wazoo. Good cucumber.
Cucumbers.
Take 2. Good cucumber crop this year. All right.
The cucumbers are opening for Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, Brian Springstring. Is Streator, Illinois anywhere near Wakarusa, Indiana? Have you ever heard of Wakarusa? It's pretty
Shut
famous. You
up.
should look it
Shut
up.
up.
Bill, have I ever told you about
Shut
Wakarusa, Indiana? Of course, hometown of the great Gail Sayers, but also a cow named Contented Linda Grace, who was met with a very ignominious end, if you will. Yeah. Strange how quiet Poundcake is on the pickle conversation. I wonder why.
I only like the non-breaded, or what did you say? The
bread and butter.
Non-breaded ones.
You only like non-deep fried pickles?
I just like the regular sour pickles. Anything else, it just I think it defeats the purpose. It just isn't all that juice, and I expect it to be a
They're all in juice.
tart. But I when it's in the juice, I expect it to be like a tart, pickly taste. I don't want it to be sweet. I used to hate it.
You want the vinegary kind of tang.
Yeah, that's
to
what
it.
I want. I want something to be pickled. I don't.
Well,
want
that's the
any
thing
other
is I think a lot of
flavor.
people they're so beholden to original pickle flavor that they're not open to the bread and butter. And I think the younger you get introduced to the bread and butter pickle, the more likely you are to enjoy it. 'Cause
Absolutely
I think they're
not.
quite good.
My aunt used to trick us all the
Again,
time.
as a chip, I like them as a chip.
No.
So you make a little ghetto ass charcuterie board.
Charcuterie. We had a charcuterie board the other night. We had a good friend of ours was in town for a few days, stay with us, and she's a vegetarian, and so we just went the charcuterie board. It was very good, delicious.
That's not charcuterie. That's just
That's a cheese board.
It's a cheese board.
That's what we had.
That's not charcuterie.
No, I had
You
my
need-
charcuterie on the side. They had
gotta
their
have some-
cheese and vegetables.
Gotta have some prosciutto.
Prosciutto.
Gabagool.
Prosciutto.
You're gonna slip on it.
I remember when there was a huge, locally here in Northeast Ohio, there was a huge uptick in gherkin sales after we dropped Dry Love. Remember that, Bill?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I can tell my twerking's working by the feel of your gherkin.
Yeah, that really sent the local sales. The we got a letter of commendation from both the Vlasic and Clausen people.
Clausen till the day I die.
Clausen is the one in the cooler.
Yeah.
Yes.
Those are the only pickles.
Always served
Yes,
chilled.
that's right.
They got the best crunch.
I don't need.
But I need them quartered.
I don't need a crunch.
I like them quartered. I don't like a full.
No, you've speared.
Like even half is too
no
much.
one's
I need a
who's,
spear.
who's ordering a half pickle.
There's
at the deli. You
at
get
the
a half
deli
pickle.
or,
different.
or like the movie theater for a while. They're like, here, get a whole giant pickle.
At the movie
The-
theater.
you're getting
You're back there
pickles
on
at the movie
crunch.
theater?
It's like a Depression era treat
One of my kids really like getting the big pickle.
in the plastic bag with the
Yeah.
brine in it.
Yeah.
Then you had to cut it and go, where's all this juice supposed to go?
Right, and it's just
Open it over the trash
everywhere.
and hand him a bare pickle.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's no way to do it. All right, well, I don't know how we got on that, but
Bill.
because he was eating pickles at the house?
Oh, because we were talking about Steve Harvey getting
Oh, right.
posting.
Oh, engagement, yeah. And you said bread and butter pickles are great.
Mm-hmm.
And that made
I'll kill
people
you, Bill Squire. I'll kill you for your pickle choices.
This is the most controversial thing you've ever said publicly. I will murder you. I don't care how good the cucumber crop was this year. Oh,
That's another thing too is people keep having like they have all these gardens now. A lot of people who are getting into gardening. Maybe that's just a product of me being older, and they're like, "Do you want any cucumbers or tomatoes? Because we have too many and we can't get rid of them." I'm like, no, I don't.
right.
Friends,
I don't want any of them.
the birthday party we were at yesterday, they have tomatoes and peppers and all kinds of stuff in their garden, and they made a fresh like salsa with it, and
Yeah.
it was bomb. It was so
Right,
good.
do that. That's great. But stop trying to make me make stuff.
Stop trying to pawn tomatoes off on you.
Right? Yeah. I don't want your 55 peppers.
What about the Cleveland Pickle Company? Does anybody
yeah.
patronize them?
I've never had that.
I've had that.
All right.
I got some good stuff.
They have bread and butter. They have sweet and hot. They have spicy dill.
Mm-hmm.
And they have original dill.
There's one pickle company that they have these spicy pickles and they come in like a plastic container versus like a jar.
Giant Eagle brand is plastic.
And they're
container.
very good and they're really spicy, but I hate that plastic container. Give me a
like a
proper-
picnic thing, like
Yeah.
it's full of coleslaw or whatever.
It's just like one of those I don't know, like you get at a to-go Chinese restaurant.
Yeah, Grillo's pickles.
That's the one.
Yeah.
They're great. I
You don't like them in the plastic container?
I wish they had a proper jar. I like
Wow.
a proper jar.
There's a pickle.
As
stand
if we didn't think Bill could get any more controversial on the subject of pickles.
I'm just saying what
He went
everybody's
and did
thinking.
it. He went and did it.
I just say what people think.
Famous Dave's has got good pickles that they put on their food. I'll eat there like maybe once every 10 years because I'm not down for a sausage sandwich, but they have like really good like
Not what
spicy.
I heard.
Yeah. Well, listen, I told you that was gonna be a long night after the boat. Boy, was it.
Yeah, what time did you actually get home?
It was very late. I've got to.
How late? I want to know what.
I've got to take a break here. If you want to get a text in, 35192 to do that. You can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Win your way to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival and $1,000.
You'll be there for a weekend full of superstar performances. Never before seen
does all the work. Take 5, the stay-in-your-car 10-minute oil change.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations.
It's The Woody Show.
Rover's Morning Glory.
The Rod Ryan Show.
All of the once-in-a-lifetime events.
iHeartRadio Music Festival.
All of the best free curated playlists.
Everything that rocks.
All of the great podcasts for every interest.
This is Freddie Prinze Jr. from the Wrestling with Freddie podcast.
All of the mind-blowing contests.
$20,000.
Awesome. All of your favorite superstars.
We are 30 Seconds to Mars.
This is Alex from All Time Low. Download the iHeartRadio app today. Free has never sounded so good.
Giving stuff away.
All right, want a road trip to Kentucky? Yeah, why not? Weekend of the 21st through the 24th at the Highland Festival grounds at the Kentucky Expo Center. This is Louisville, I believe. The Louder Than Life Festival. This is a massive lineup out there from the people who do Sonic Temple here in Ohio. Foo Fighters, Green Day, Tool, Avenged Sevenfold, Godsmack, Pantera, Queens of the Stone Age, Weezer, Limp Bizkit, Megadeth, Rancid, Turnstile, and more. That would be enough, but no, and more. All the info for you, VIP passes, general, all that stuff. LouderThanLifeFestival.com. I got a pair of GA weekend passes for you. You make the trip, and you're there all weekend, okay? Good luck. Call 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True that.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Teacher said don't, but I said it anyway. Misbehaving.
Preacher said no, if you do, you're gonna pay. Misbehaving.
Kicking and spitting and cussing out loud.
Running through the house with a pickle in my mouth.
Playing in the street, look at me outside waving. Just two little kids out there misbehaving.
Have you ever gone to the Cleveland Pickle Fest?
No, but I would.
There's a big crowd at this thing. Benefiting Greater Cleveland volunteers. It's coming up. It's September 23rd, and you can buy your tickets at clevelandpicklefest.com. You know, if they were smart, they would bring back... remember we had an anchor in town named Chris Pickle?
Yeah.
Remember her? She was at Channel 3 back in the day. I think Chris Ty used to work with her when he was here, too. But Chris Pickle wasn't here for very long. She was from Phoenix, and I think when she had an opportunity to go back home and be on the air there, she jumped at it. So she was only in Cleveland for a couple of years. And her name wasn't spelled like the food. It was K-E-L, not K-L-E. But bring her back. Just have her make an appearance at the Cleveland Pickle Fest. What was that tennis thing that was going on in the Flats?
I don't know.
Like urban tennis or something?
Urban tennis?
Like where there's like an urban background?
From what I heard.
Well, I heard it was like washed up tennis players or something
It's practice for a tournament. So
Okay.
people actually pay to watch them practice.
Yeah, because
like a
when
scrimmage
we
or
were getting, I got out of my Uber there at the Lady Caroline for the cruise, and all this stuff was blocked off. I just told the Uber driver, I'll get out here and I'll walk. And I didn't even realize there was anything set up there in the parking lot. It's got a giant tennis court. And then stands and people watching. I was like, oh.
And why there, of all places?
It's got actually.
I mean, why not? You're on the lake. I
If
mean,
you look at pictures, it looks really cool. It's got like the Cleveland, like the background is the city.
yeah,
And
it looked cool. I just had no idea what it was. So, anywho. Now, whether or not the Cleveland Pickle Fest has a competition for running around with a pickle in your mouth, I don't know. But it's, something to consider. I've never been there. It happens at Mall B near the Cleveland Convention Center. Right there alongside Lakeside Avenue. So if you happen to be jogging that day maybe, and you smell the whiff of brine in the air, it's not just coming from the lake. Well, it might be, but it might also be coming from Cleveland Pickle Fest. You listen to us on iHeartRadio, by the way. A little talkback button there. You can always leave us messages.
Oh my God, podcast listener. Sometimes Mary does sound really white. The theft story? What are you going to do to me? That is the whitest thing. Man, Poundcake, imagine one of us. Yeah, I'm stealing. What you going to do to me? Bam, 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 bam. Freeze.
Jesus Christ. Love the show.
Bam, bam,
For
bam,
mascara.
bam, freeze.
They're not going to shoot you for mascara.
Oh, no?
No.
You're doubling down on white
Mary,
privilege?
your privilege is showing.
Man, they will shoot you for any goddamn thing if you look the wrong way. Are you kidding me?
They could just think that you're stealing mascara and they'll shoot a black
Yeah.
guy. Like, wait, I think he's stealing. He's thinking about stealing. This
He's
is the third
thinking
one
about
he's
stealing. I can tell.
I can tell he was going to steal.
They shoot first, ask questions later.
Well, that's what he's alluding to. Bam, 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 freeze.
Yeah, no, I've never thought, oh, I wonder what would happen if I steal this. I kind of already knew. Like, that people talk about the, I can't say the actual word, but the N-word wake-up call. I didn't have to have mine. I just learned from other people. They were like, that's okay. You going to get yours. I'm like, no, I want mine. So I just try not to.
And that, at the risk of sounding stupid, the N-word wake-up call is when it comes into very clear focus what's going on. Like,
yeah, like racism. Like if you didn't know that someone was being racist towards you.
But you clearly, I mean, you're a 30-year-old man. You've had that at some point in your life.
Yeah, no, I have. But like when I was growing up, I would hear it because I was raised by my black side. And even like my mom's friend that she took to the, I had never met her before. And she saw me and she went to my mom. She said, "That's your son?" And she was like, "Yeah." She's like, "I thought he was biracial." And she's like, "I thought he was black." And she was like, "Well, he's the same race as my other son, but because my brother looks black. Like my brother looks darker than I do. He has darker features than I do.
Yeah.
I am what is considered passing. So people have been racist towards me, kinda, but it's not by any means the same type of treatment that a thoroughbred black person would have." So
a thoroughbred is what he said. Oh boy.
so any racism I get, I'm like, it would probably be even worse. So I might as well just take it.
Okay.
I get my own little special.
Did he say thoroughbred or purebred?
Thoroughbred.
I heard thoroughbred. Yeah.
Thoroughbred. Okay. It's a very Reconstruction vibe going on with that nomenclature, but okay. Boy, Bill, you want to talk about getting people all bent out of shape with some social media engagement. All I did over the weekend was do a quick happy birthday to White Sox legend Jim Thome. And you would have thought that I was having sex with someone's mother by saying that. I mean, Jim Thome is a White Sox legend. I posted a photo of him in his White Sox uniform from when he played. He still works in their front office. He works for the organization. Oh, my goodness. People here in Cleveland, they just can't get past that cup of coffee he was here with the Indians.
He's got a statue. Son of a bitch.
You some bitch. Yeah, well, they didn't offer him a statue in Chicago. They offered him a job, and he took it. He goes, statue, job. I guess I'll take the job. By the way, speaking of the White Sox, you guys think you're hard here? We have gunfire inside the stadium going off, all right? People getting shot while they're watching the game.
Yeah, probably self-inflicted.
It might be. You see that video?
I don't want to watch another minute of the White Sox.
Did you see that video of the people running because two women got shot at the game? Yeah. Out there in the outfield.
In Chicago, where two women are recovering after they were struck by bullets at a White Sox baseball game last night. We've highlighted the video here for you. You can see it shows the commotion. You can see the fans there start waving for help. One woman was shot in the leg. Another woman was grazed. Police say they did not fear an active threat, but they're not sure whether those shots came from inside or outside the stadium. A post-game concert there.
What the hell do you have to do to be qualified as an active threat when you get shot during the baseball game? Oh, we don't think there's an active threat. I just got shot. That's fine. We're on the south side.
As a whoopsie.
Anything can happen. I love that. They don't know if it came from inside or outside the park.
It's accidental.
How the hell are you going to get shot from outside the park? I mean, they got metal detectors, but all kinds of stuff gets through. Both of the women are fine.
How does that get through, though? If you have metal detectors, like, are people walking around them?
Plastic guns.
Yeah, there's ghost guns. I mean, there's, I don't think that it was anything like that. It's probably, the explanation is probably a lot more boring. But People get things in all the time.
That makes me feel comfortable.
But listen, it can happen anywhere. I just like that they were like, yeah, we don't know if it came
Yeah, we
from
don't know. We don't
inside
know. There's
or
a lot of guns.
outside
Yeah.
the stadium. Well, I was inside watching the game.
And I got shot.
The theory is the bullet came from outside, or maybe somebody outside.
Gunman? Was there a knoll? A grassy
Maybe,
knoll?
maybe somebody outside the stadium popped off a couple of rounds straight up, and they came down on the woman's leg.
That could be.
You know, what goes up must come down. Maybe it came down on her leg.
Someone should make that into a song.
You're just trying to, Alan Jim Tomey retired in Cleveland. Yes, and then he moved back to Chicago, is my point. That's why he's a legend. That's why I wished him a happy birthday. Give him all the statues you want. He made his choice. He goes, I'm going to go where I'm a legend. Alan Cleveland Pickle Fest, you finally found the name for Poundcake's apartment. No, we got one.
Pickle Fest.
Huh?
His would be Lakewood
Pickle
I
Fest.
was like, as of late, it is a pickle fest.
Is it? You're christening your place? You're having fun living by yourself?
Yeah. The last one was
It's a stupid question on my part, but some people still don't realize that living alone is the greatest thing you can do.
It's fantastic.
Pretty awesome.
I walked in, and this was after the cruise. I walked in, and I just wanted to lay in my bed for a minute because I was like, I'll get up and go to Twist in a minute. Like I wanted to drink some more, but I was like, I should probably just take a breather, get some water. And I just took my pants down, and I just had my underwear on. I'm like, wait a minute. I was like, why do I have my underwear on? I don't need to. I just took them off. And then the drinks got to me, and I just got on Grindr. I was like, I'll just see who's around.
I already got my pants on.
I was like, I'll see.
Yeah, I'm halfway there. I'm doing half the work for you. Just come right over and knock on the door.
The fun that I'm having as a single man, Poundcake's lifestyle is still so much easier. It's still so.
Of course it is.
Like you just be like, yeah, just come on over.
Yeah.
It started out real innocent because I was like, oh, I'll see if I can meet somebody up at Twist. I was like, well, you could just come up and meet me.
Innocent.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Bill scrolling through Uber Teats trying to get somebody to come over, and Poundcake's on Grindr. He's like, hey, you want to come over? I got my pants off.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah,
like,
cool.
I was like, but don't disrupt. Don't be loud.
Yeah.
Right.
Because my building manager lives across the hall from me, so and she has and I can't help but think she sees all the men going in and out of my apartment because she has a little Zoom cam. So one, it makes me feel good because I'm like, okay, if anything happened, she sees everyone come in and everyone come out. But at the same time, she sees everyone coming in and coming out. Like, oh wow, that one was 10 minutes. That one was 3 minutes. Like that one was, oh, he stayed the night. Like no, she just sees everyone. She sees everything.
Well, there you go.
So.
Thing. Alan, I went to the Steelers-Browns game in Pittsburgh last year. Snuck in a whole 6-pack. You can get anything in
That's not a gun.
these stadiums. No, but the point still stands. I mean, it's not airtight when it comes to the. They didn't say. What?
In a chocha.
Yeah.
What, those little pickles?
Yeah.
The French brined cucumbers is what you're talking about? Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, good.
Bring me in some food then. If someone sneaks something in, bring me in some food.
In where?
I don't know. Next time I go to a game.
When do you plan to go to a game again?
Yeah. And by the way, people are surrounded by food at the ballpark.
Expensive food.
Okay, then don't go to the ball game. I don't know. I mean, the tickets aren't even that expensive.
That's not the point, Alan.
It is the point.
I'm not a klepto.
You're not gonna if
I am a cheapo. So I would much rather bring something in that wasn't supposed to be there than take something that I'm not supposed to have.
I understand. I get the whole I've got a sub in my purse. But dude, if you got to sneak in a 6-pack,
party sub at that.
How about just buy 2 beers at the ballpark and then when you leave, a 6-pack.
Well, he was at a football game too, so that's even different because I think the beers are more expensive.
I know.
And
I appreciate the creativity.
Yeah.
I'm just the people that go to these very expensive events and then bitch that they're so expensive. It's like, yes, they're expensive. You're going to pay $25 for a friggin' taco at the ballpark. But you know that going in. And people go, well, that's why I sneak the beer in so I don't have to spend money on beer. No, I understand all of it.
And I pay that. 'Cause I know that
I
nice
get
was an option.
body temperature beer.
Yeah, it's been pressed up against your folds while you're in line.
What does this smell along the rim here?
It's a IPA.
Yeah.
That's a sour.
That's right. Alan, before the rabid 2A crowd loses their minds, ghost guns aren't undetectable by metal detectors. All right. I thought that was the whole point. They were made out of plastic. They wouldn't set off the detectors.
Do we know any ghosts that could weigh in on the subject?
On ghost guns?
Yeah.
Not currently, but, maybe.
Maybe one day.
Yeah, maybe one day. No, I think that's great. Listen, we might give Poundcake a hard time, but he's, if you pardon the pun, he's coming into his own here.
Mm-hmm.
He's got Pound. What do we name his place?
PC Penthouse.
The PC Penthouse. Yeah. Ellen, old lady, was sneaking a nitrous tank into the Dead and Company show. How do you sneak that in? Sneaking in. Yeah. That too. It's like the people for whom a regular high is not enough, right? You go to a Dead and Company show. I mean, you've probably plowed through every substance there is over the course of your 40-year fandom. But still, I mean, just bring a joint. What's the matter with that? No. I gotta bring a tank. I gotta do first. I'm a pregame. Then I get high at the thing.
It's too much.
What's wrong with a fun regular high?
So
You can't have blasted yourself that badly where you need to just ramp it up every time you go somewhere.
Brian and I are both sober. We both have pasts of drug use and alcohol, and it's all kinds of fun, right? I have. This is just a gross word. I hate saying it. I have 2 canker sores on the inside. I hate that word. I hate that word. I know. I have 2 canker
Showing
sores.
them to me too.
They're getting better. Listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Canker sore.
Not a shanker?
No. So I have 2 on the inside of my lip, and they were like really big.
Yeah.
And so I talked to my dentist, and he prescribed something called Magic Mouthwash, which has lidocaine in it, which is a numbing agent, right? So I'm putting this stuff, my mouth's going all numb, and then Brian has that cavity problem. I was like, you want me to put some of this stuff on it? I was like, it's numbing. I don't know if it'll help a cavity, but it might, I put some of it on there, and his mouth starts to go numb. He goes, this feels really cool. I was like, 0% chance we can do drugs again. Neither of us. If you're talking about how cool the lidocaine feels in your mouth, it is a very good thing that we are sober because you can't be doing that.
He's playing the long con, getting those cavities.
For the lidocaine?
Yeah, I told you, it's a long con.
No, this is just like the topical stuff. So this stuff only lasts for like a half hour, if that. It doesn't like the stuff you inject. It's nothing like that. But when he was like, this stuff feels cool, I kind of want to wash it around my whole mouth. I was like, nope, we're both done. It is very good that we are sober people.
So what's the difference? How do you get a canker sore?
That's the thing is that there's not really an answer.
No one knows.
No one knows. It could be from food. It could be from stress.
Doctors don't know?
There is no one answer. They've done research. Nobody can come to a conclusion of why people get canker sores or why people are more common to get them than others.
So that's not like a cold sore?
No, cold sore is a type of herpes. Not the sex one, the other one.
Yeah.
But a canker sore.
It's the same virus. It's just in your mouth, not on your privates.
It's just different. Uh-oh. Whose birth control alarm's going off?
Sorry, that's mine.
Did you take your pills?
No, I got to call and find out if I have jury duty.
I thought you did that on Friday.
They do it day by day. I did.
Oh, it's every day?
I guess. I mean, they're like, we don't need you on Monday. I'm like, okay, but call Monday. We might need you on Tuesday. Okay.
I'll give you some of my lidocaine mouthwash, and you can drool when you get there.
Yeah, there we go.
They'll
yeah.
dismiss you right
No,
away.
as soon as I tell them I'm in the media, they'll dismiss me. I'm not worried about that.
Right.
But I am all in favor of performing my civic duty. And if they see fit, then I'll be happy to do that. But for now, I've got to take a break and find out. If you want to text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where the pictures will fly through the air, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Jeffrey, if you got sent to prison, are you worried about the other guys making a move on you?
No, I'll be fighting my way out of it, pal.
No, really? You think Bubba?
I'll kick Bubba in his balls.
Oh, yeah?
This is what you get for messing with me. I think all the other minutes to get the picture.
You don't think they'll take you in that shower?
No,
he's not going in the shower. When would you ever go into the shower, Rover? Perfect plan.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
College football fans, are you ready for week 1? DraftKings Sportsbook is hooking you up with a can't-miss offer to start the season strong. This week, new customers can bet just $5 on college football and score $200 in bonus bets instantly. Anything can happen in college football. Your team could go from unranked to dynasty mode in just a couple of years. Change comes fast. The only thing that's a lock are the great offers from DraftKings Sportsbook. Life's more fun when you're in on the action. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code BUZZARD. New customers can score $200 in bonus bets instantly when they bet just $5 on college football. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with code BUZZARD. The crown is yours. 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Physically present in Ohio. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms.
Hey, Drew Scott here, and I'm Jonathan Scott, reminding you that life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance. They can help you get just the right protection at just the right price and help you save when you bundle home and auto. Kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It'll be just right for you. We love a custom build. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
If you've ever wondered, can LASIK treat my astigmatism? The answer is yes. So if you're ready for a life of new vision, check out the LASIK Vision Institute now. Right now at the LASIK Vision Institute, get $1,000 off LASIK when treated in September. That's $500 off per eye, plus guaranteed financing. So visit getlvilasik.com. Must mention this promotion to be treated in September of 2023 to qualify. $1,000 off both eyes on standard wave light price. $500 off for one eye. Cannot be combined with any other offer. See details at getlvilasik.com.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
Get what you need at Kia of Bedford. This is a new 2023 Kia Sorento LX for just $269 a month for 24 months. That's $269 a month for a 2-year lease. KOB wants to get you financed. Go to KiaofBedford.com and get pre-approved in seconds with no impact on your credit score. Go now to the all-new Kia of Bedford on the Bedford Auto Mile or KiaofBedford.com. Lease to KMF for well-qualified lessees. Approved credit, $10,000 per year. $54.95 to obtain. Plus taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Offer expires 9/5.
Ty joined because it felt right.
Jake joined to change his life.
Jessica joined to change the world.
Be all you can be. Visit GoArmy.com to learn more. Be sure to visit Army on site at the Cleveland Air Show.
Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there. And around there. And even under there. Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate. The best a man can get. Buy now at a retailer near you.
At Metro by T-Mobile, there's nada yada yada. That means no contracts, no price hikes, and no surprises. We don't even hide what the lawyers make us say. We put it first. When we say no price hikes, we mean when you join Metro, your price will never increase for talk, text, and smartphone data. Our only exclusions are for limited time promos, pre-use charges, and third-party services. Nada yada, nada yada yada, nada yada, nada yada yada. Nada yada yada means wireless without the gotcha. Only at Metro.
We buy any car.
Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because selling it yourself can be, well, you know.
Okay, I'll give you half now.
And?
No, and just half.
What? Avoid the hassle. Come to We Buy Any Car instead. Get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price.
Yeah, I can't do half. I could probably bump it up to like 50%.
Just go.
Okay.
Get your free online valuation now at
We buy any car.
It's
The Marketer's Report. Today, Capital One's Chief Brand Officer, Mark Mentry, weighs in on building loyalty with customers.
Capital One has really worked to create amazing access moments for our customers. We will do sound check parties so that only Capital One cardholders can get access to, and we can't pull that off without iHeart.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Taco Bell's new grilled cheese dipping taco is, it's completely new. It's got a fresh fried white corn shell filled with cheese and new slow braised shredded beef with even more cheese grilled outside the shell. But what makes it really special is the dip. It comes with 2 sauces and you dip in one or both. Red sauce, then nacho cheese sauce, maybe more red sauce. This is a next level taco situation that'll have you acting brand new. The new grilled cheese dipping taco. Get one on the Taco Bell app today. At participating U.S. Taco Bell stores for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact store for participation which varies.
Flying saucers, UFOs. Are you kidding me? Woo! Little green man, Mike. Official denial tomato here. If buying a new Nissan is on your radar, try landing that Nissan in North Olmsted on the North Olmsted Auto Mall and I-90 Nissan at Sheffield Village. The only thing that's saucer-shaped here will be your eyes, because the deals are so good. It's almost extraterrestrial. Make the first contact at bignissan.com. Nanu.
Hey, it's Alan Cox. Save time and help a great cause with Cars for Kids. Donate any car, running or not. You get fast, free towing, a tax-deductible receipt, and a free hotel stay. Donate now at carsforkids.org. And remember, cars with a K.
Giant Eagle, Get Go, and Market District have locked-in prices on more than 1,000 items across the store. And with every trip, you can earn My Perks good for free gas and groceries. Check out all the products on Price Lock at Giant Eagle, Get Go, and Market District.
Traffic. On the Elgin Elk Traffic Center, if your child suffered a serious birth injury,
Poundcake, do you know who this is? Gets played a lot in MMS. I mean, it's a 30-plus-year-old song. It's played a lot, though.
Nirvana.
There you go. How did you arrive at Nirvana?
It just sounds like Teen Spirit. Teen or Team Spirit?
Yeah.
You tell us.
Teen Spirit.
This sounds like Kurt Cobain to you.
Yes.
Because it is. Well, he's getting better. I was reading a thing about how somebody let AI cast the Kurt Cobain biopic that's being done.
Mm-hmm.
And they've made a lot of Cobain movies over the year. They did Last Days, and they did, there's been documentaries, and I don't know if Michael Pitt played him in something, or I don't know. But somebody asked ChatGPT to cast the Kurt Cobain story. They had some interesting casting ideas. Because the movie, whatever they're planning on, is going to be about them blowing up. And so they need somebody for Chris Novoselic and somebody for Grohl. Courtney Love in there. You know who Saoirse Ronan is? She's an Irish actress.
Yeah.
That's that pickle.
Saoirse Ronan. Yeah. The AI picked her to play Courtney Love.
That's pretty good.
You know who Bill Skarsgård is?
Of course.
Yeah. Skarsgård. He played Pennywise. He's got those big bug eyes. And
Is he too tall, though? Isn't he kind of tall?
He's going to play Chris Novoselic.
Okay.
That's
Chris
why.
is tall, yeah.
Chris is very tall.
Okay.
Dave Grohl, the AI cast Joe Keery. You know who Joe Keery is? He was a kid with all the hair. He was Steve in Stranger Things.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's the kid that I think everybody thought his career was going to blow up because
yeah.
he's like a good-looking dude. And he doesn't.
He had like a commercial and that was about it? And like one
well,
other movie?
Yeah, he pops up in like a couple of movies here and there, but I think he's got a band too, so maybe he's focused on that.
And also, I think they're really hamstrung with the schedule for Stranger Things until Stranger Things is done. So they all might do more stuff when Stranger Things is done.
Now, again, the other people that have cast, Kurt Cobain's mom, Wendy O'Connor, I don't know what she looks like. But the AI thought that Frances McDormand was good for that.
Frances McDormand could play anybody. She's so good. She could play Kurt Cobain.
Josh Brolin for Kurt Cobain's father, and Amy Adams for his aunt.
Who's Courtney Love?
Courtney Love
Or
is...
she's not in it.
Saoirse.
Yeah, Saoirse Ronan.
Chicharrones.
Chicharrone.
Chicharrones.
Yeah, and then, of course, Kurt Cobain, the AI ChatGPT kicked out Timothy Chalamet.
Now, what?
To bring the depth and sensitivity. Listen, all anybody sees with Timothy Chalamet is that hair. Get rid of the hair, he can be anybody. You know, he's wiry. He's been a lot of things so far. I mean, I didn't think he'd be very believable in Dune. I think he's very believable in Dune. He's great in that movie.
Gays really do just like. Even I love the skeleton face white boys, but he is like. Skeleton to the like I was watching Call Me by Your Name, and the way his leg was like on another guy, I was like, wow, that's literally a bone with skin on it. Like he's not thick at all. Nothing.
Evan Peters, I feel like, would be a good Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe when he was younger.
He's a little like typecasting.
He might be a little too old for that now.
But I mean, Timothy Chalamet, he's just, he's a good-looking dude.
How old is he now?
Who's that?
Evan Peters.
He's probably 30-something, yeah. I was clicking around and Call Me by Your Name was on. I was like, 30. I'm going to keep clicking.
Why on earth would you want to watch Call Me by Your Name?
I've seen it.
Why?
It's not just for gay people,
Yes,
you
it
know.
is.
No, it's not. You guys are the ones with your pants down watching it. It's still a good movie.
And this is being as
Michael Stolbarg as the dad is awesome. That guy's great in everything.
being as objective as possible. I don't think if I wasn't a homosexual, I would have watched that movie.
It was still a fine. It was a fine movie.
Like
nothing wrong with it.
That movie that was everyone.
There's a lot of movies you wouldn't watch if you weren't gay.
There's a lot of movies I don't watch because I am gay.
Such as?
Like Fast
Hall Pass with
19.
Jason Sudeikis. What?
Like Fast 19 or like...
Well, that's got nothing to do with being gay. What's gayer than the Fast and Furious movies?
You should watch those.
Come on.
It's a bunch of like...
It's all pistons.
Testosterone.
Yeah, they're grabbing gear shifts the whole movie.
The 50 Shades of Grey. I was like, oh, God. I don't need to watch the movie. I don't need the storyline. Let me see the sex scenes. And then the sex, I was like, I would not go to the movie and pay for like what they were showing. I thought it was going to be like hardcore, and it wasn't.
Why would you think it was going to be hardcore?
Because that's what it's like in the book.
But it's not NC-17.
But it's still an R-rated movie, and it's
It's not enough.
Well, fortunately for you,
don't read no books.
Fortunately for you, you can dial dudes up on your phone, and they'll come right over.
That's not the point.
Huh?
That's not the point. I
That's
want to
not
watch.
the point.
I want to be entertained.
Yeah. Are you not entertained? Oh.
Hello.
Hello, Grinder's here.
Who is this?
Delivery for Grinder for... is this the Poundcake Penthouse?
I was hoping it was Uber Teats.
Is this Squifle Tower? Do you have a doorbell, Poundcake, at your place?
I have one of those where they can walk into the little foyer area, press a button, and it goes to my.
It buzzes your apartment.
It goes to my phone. It's not. I mean, it's old, but
Oh, really?
So yeah,
they do that now. They don't. You don't have a buzzer anymore.
Most of them now buzz to your phone.
Oh,
but usually I just come down and get
Which
them
is
because
nice.
I don't expect them to know how to work it. I don't want.
I
them
like the old buzzers.
I don't want them going to the wrong apartment. Like, hey, I'm here. You feeling hot? You ready to go? No. Or like, hurry up! Don't keep me waiting. I'm horny or something like that. I don't want to do that.
Hurry up! Don't keep me waiting. Timothy Chalamet's next movie is that Wonka film,
Oh, that's
which is like a young Willy Wonka and how he came to meet the Oompa Loompas. Who wouldn't want to watch probably 2 hours and 45 minutes of that?
It's an origin story.
Everybody's mad that Hugh Grant is an Oompa Loompa. They're like, why didn't they cast a short actor? It's like, okay, Peter Dinklage was busy. Who else you got that anyone might know?
Brad Williams, comic.
Stop.
What?
Nobody knew who the original Oompa Loompas were. You don't need a name.
No, they're all
actor.
well, right, but I mean, I think you might need somebody other than Timothy Chalamet. I mean, even if you like him in a movie, you're like, I want to see who else is in it. I mean, you gotta pad your order with something.
I get mad when, again, this is just a me problem. I get mad when people are too successful at one time. Like,
I know you do, sweetie, but don't.
They're in too many movies.
I get mad when people are too successful. You wouldn't be mad if you were. What constitutes too successful?
Timothy Chalamet has had a lot of movies just in the past 2 years.
He's like the it boy right now because he's young. He's only 27. When he's 35, he's gonna be doing a couple movies a year, and nobody's gonna care that much anymore.
Okay, well, I guess
right. I mean,
I just kind of
He's having his Adrian Brody moment. He was in a bunch of stuff and then went away. Greg Kinnear had that kind of blow up.
Adrian Brody, he won an Oscar for The Pianist like 20 years ago, and I just watched Predators with him in it.
Oh yeah,
and Topher Grace. It was good. Yeah, I like those different iterations of those Predator movies because it's all based on the cast. Like the monsters are the same. You know what they do. But it was good.
I think the real message of those movies is that people are the real monsters. No, that's not that.
That's not what it is.
That's not what it is.
It's that bread and butter pickles are the real monsters.
That's what people think.
Yeah.
I love them.
Yeah.
The other day, you guys were talking about sports, and you asked Poundcake, what's a foul ball in reference to baseball? Wow. I don't even know where to begin. I don't even pay attention to sports. I don't care at all. But you don't even need to pay attention to sports to know what a foul ball is. It just sneaks in through just living life. And somehow, Poundcake sort of floundered on this answer. He wasn't certain in his reply. He was saying stuff like, it's a ball that goes to the right of first base, which isn't wrong. But the fact that there's not an answer, like a finger snap answer, absolutely incredible. I'm dead serious. MMS, Alan, Hodgkiss, whoever the hell. That's why we tune in. That's why AC is at number one, way above any sports talk radio, because that is more entertaining than sports talk radio. Here in Poundcake, try to describe what a foul ball is a really special thing. That's why you had my vote, brother. I'll see you at the podium. Best sports talker in Cleveland. God bless. R.I.P. Rick, brother.
Boy, you packed a lot in there.
That was a lot.
That's what it is, Poundcake. That's why you've been nominated.
Our own line drive Peter.
Our own line drive Peter. That's right.
I appreciate that.
See, listen to that. First of all, I think it's a little unfair. Why would anybody know what a foul ball is if they aren't paying attention? I mean, you don't learn that through osmosis. I think it's weird to say who doesn't know what a foul ball is. Probably a lot of people don't know what a foul, not grown-ups, but I mean,
Well,
Poundcake's very, he's very juvenile in a lot of his thinking. And so, I don't see why you'd automatically think somebody knew what a foul ball was.
Follow with me, though, because try to follow me.
I will try.
There's two types of foul balls. There's if you hit a ball and it goes right of first base, then that's a foul ball. But if someone throws a foul ball at you, then that's like it goes right of home or like
No one's throwing a foul ball at you.
Foul balls are only hit.
So that's just a ball then, if it's a bad pitch.
It's a poorly, it
it's
could be
a
a wild
wild
pitch.
pitch.
Yeah.
Okay.
But a foul ball is always a hit
I
ball.
like it. He's like, let me explain this.
No, he said try to follow me.
Yeah.
He didn't say let me explain. He said try to follow me, and I tried, and I think succeeded. But
I knew
that guy's all about it.
The only reason why baseball I kind of understand is because that was the only sport that we played as kids. I understood the rules. We had garbage around our yard, so we would just take like a chip bag and like use it as bases. So I got that.
Garbage around our yard.
I was always too small and wasn't fast enough and didn't understand the rules of football, so I never played. Basketball, I would always double dribble and they said I was too gay and I would be brushing up against dudes. They didn't want me guarding them, so I couldn't play that. So baseball was like the only one where I was like, okay, I understand the rules, so I go along to get along, and I would kind of play and do a good hit.
Okay. Well, listen, he's put a lot of thought into it, but I think it might be. I'd be very surprised, per that caller, if Poundcake could be held to the standard of immediately knowing what something is like that. Speaking of foul balls, Donald Trump. Stormy Daniels has settled the debate over Trump's weight in a way that only she can. It's not really a debate, when he got arrested and booked and all that.
We got the facts. 6'3", 215.
6'3", 215 pounds is what he listed himself. Now, he lies about everything else. And so there's no reason to think that he wouldn't. I'm more curious about how he arrived at that weight. You've seen no shortage of photos of him standing shoulder to shoulder with people who are 6'3", and he's not even close to being as tall as they are. No one obviously believes that Donald Trump is built like Muhammad Ali was. And Stormy Daniels tweeted out as much. She said, "I'm not a scale or a doctor, but I have spent time beneath some 215-pound men, and Tiny was not one of them." I mean, I can't believe that we didn't immediately go to get Stormy Daniels' data from her. He's plopped that giant sack on top of her. And, well, she's telling you. What do you think she does? That's why people know who she is. I mean, some people remember Stormy Daniels from porn, but she got to be a global figure because Trump climbed on top of her. So if anybody knows what 215 pounds would feel like, it would be her. So back in April, when they had to weigh him in because of the whole, I don't know, they had some thing with Stormy Daniels, they said, well, he's lost a little bit of weight this time. So maybe that's good news. Listen, you want to stay healthy, you want to take care of yourself. Hey, Justin.
Hey, what's happening?
What's going on?
Hey, not a whole lot, man. First time caller. Hey, the show.
Hey, thank you.
Right on. Did you read the original Chocolate Charlie and the Factory? I don't know the name of the movie.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Yeah, all of them. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So the original Oompa Loompas. Are you hip to the story?
Yeah, I read it 1,000 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, but they were stolen from Africa, right? So I'm just curious. Do you think that they're going to do that in this new movie?
Well, no, they're never going to have. No, they're going to have tiny black actors in orange face. Is that what you're asking about?
That'd be funny too, but it'd be great if they could keep it as original as possible, right?
No, I mean in the before he finished the book, Charlie was a black kid too, and he didn't think because I think Roald Dahl, the author Roald Dahl, I think he was like a racist and an anti-Semite. I mean, all those fun things that people were back then. And he said, well, if I have a black kid in this book, nobody will buy the book. So I think he downshifted to Oompa Loompas were African pygmies.
Yeah, that's a hell of a downshift, man.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you're going to listen, any any movie they make out of a book, they kind of sand off all the rough edges, so.
Right. So, I was just curious to see what your take on it would be because I know they're not going to do it, man.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Justin.
All right, brother.
All right. So Justin in Akron. Now, flash forward to 2023, they're doing more than sanding off the rough edges. I mean, they've made big changes to that book. That's what's most interesting to me about books that are changed over time, whether you believe they should or not. I'm of the mind that I think original texts should be preserved as they were because it's kind of a snapshot of where the writer was at that time or whatever. The whole let's take these words out because people happen to not like them right now, I don't care for that at all. But it gets done because they are still trying, publishing companies aren't looking to just constantly be dealing with people whining over words in books. So like the current...
Also, people aren't even reading these books. They're just mad about the stuff.
Well, I think you get mad about it if you read the book. I mean, you have to read...
if you see an article about the book.
Yeah.
That's just as likely.
I guess so. Again, I don't know what kids are being allowed to read or not allowed to read, but Charlie and the
Kids
Chocolate
don't want to
Factory...
read books. They want to watch YouTube.
Yeah. Well, there are plenty of kids reading books. I mean, books still sell. People are like, how are these publishing companies not all bankrupt? Because people still read. Mary reads them all the time.
I do. And I buy them new.
Right.
I buy books brand new,
Yeah.
which is not a very popular thing to do. People tell me I'm stupid all the time. Because, really, either get a library card or go to, like, a half-price bookstore. But I just order it usually on Amazon because I'm like, this is the easiest
It's your
way
money.
to do this,
Yeah,
right? And it's like $15.
Yeah, books are usually not $45
No.
anymore.
What was the latest
the
book
most-
that you read?
The last book that I read, actually, our friend Leslie, who was on the cruise with us, recommended to me, called The Final Girl Support Group. It's really good. So it's based off of a bunch of classic horror movies. So obviously they change it for the book, but like Freddy and Jason and Silent Night, Deadly Night, and all those. Basically, it's like the final girl in the movie who makes it after everybody dies.
Right.
It's like a support group for those girls. And slowly but surely, a killer starts coming back and picking them off, and so it's like a figure them out. But it also has a ton of references to like those classic horror movies, and it's a pretty gory read.
But
actually.
you don't like that in a movie.
But I really liked the book.
Oh.
Like I really thoroughly enjoyed this book. It was really, really good.
Read all because you read all fiction.
Yes.
And I read all nonfiction.
Which is not as fun, but yes.
Well, it depends. Like I'm reading a book now called Tough Without a Gun. And it is the biography of Humphrey Bogart.
That's wow.
Who
Sign me up.
Well, okay, it's pretty esoteric, but it's an amazing guy. Had an amazing story.
Sure.
But I'm
not reading to learn. I'm reading like as a form
as
of
an
entertainment.
escape. I understand. I get it. I'm just.
Yeah. It was really, really, really good though.
All right.
And honestly, if you're like a horror fan, definitely check it out.
And Poundcake is probably 7 pages into that Kushner book that you got him.
He's not any more into it anymore.
Any more into it, Cody?
9 pages.
That's a lie.
Are you lying?
No, 9 pages.
You've read 9 pages.
That was
how many pages in the book?
Oh, I don't know.
Mary, you would know. You probably flipped through it.
I flipped through it, but maybe
He goes, I don't know. I
200?
haven't gotten that far. You can open the back cover up and just look at the number at the bottom of the page, right?
You can also take the box tops and not eat the cereal. But
Oh my gosh, 492 pages.
What the hell? That was the worst analogy I've ever heard. You can also take the box tops and not eat the cereal.
Where'd you pull that from?
Yeah, he was trying something, but
nothing. When you
you don't know how
No,
many
I know
pages.
what box tops are, but what does that have to do with?
Because it's cheating. You're supposed to eat the cereal.
Nobody. What? Oh,
Also,
you
no
mean
one
if you're
said-
mailing the box tops?
Yeah,
No one
like
said
it's
box
thing.
tops.
Was this
in
in 1975?
Yeah,
Even I know that. The Jared Kushner book.
492 pages.
There you go. So only 483 pages left.
Look at you, Math King. You did it.
Seeing as how Mary is probably the only person that didn't work in the Trump administration who bought a copy of that book. So she's out there. She's an outlier.
I'm trying, man.
Yeah.
Trying to get his numbers up, you know.
So how many, let's extrapolate. Let's just, some conjecture here.
Okay.
How many pages do you think you will have read once you've had the book for a year, Cody?
I don't know.
She got it to you for Christmas.
Last Christmas.
So I'm getting a shelf above my toilet in my bathroom, and that's what? That's
No, it's fine.
So
It's a book for the crapper.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna put it on, but I don't have the shelf yet. So when I order the shelf on Amazon, I can put it together. And
Why
it'll come
will
out
it
of my
go
box.
there?
Because I feel like that's where I'm most likely. I'm not gonna read a book in my bed.
I see.
I got.
You won't just
Netflix
put a
and-
little stack on the toilet tank?
I don't have a tank. That's why I need the shelf.
right.
Yeah, remember? It's just like that weird.
Otherwise, I would.
line.
Yes, he's
no,
got
I need a
right.
shelf now. I have all like my towels and all my toiletries in my actual closet.
Or just
in my
carry
room.
a book in with you.
No.
You don't ever do that?
I don't read on the toilet. I can't do anything else on the toilet. Even if I take my phone into the bathroom with me to poop, it's like my brain can't do both things. The minute I set my
Really?
phone
You
down,
can't-
I'm
no.
dead serious. The minute I set my phone down, I can poop easier, but I cannot do it while I'm on my phone.
You're like
I'm
poop
also-
shy with your phone.
Not even poop shy. I'm also one of those people, though, who waits until like the last second.
That should make it easier.
So that way I go in and then it comes out and I'm done. Well, that's what I'm saying is I don't need my phone. I'm usually in there for
Just gonna
like
be in and out.
a minute or two.
Right, but I was saying like you should be able to poop while you're looking at a reel on Instagram.
I don't need to, is my point.
No, I'm with
Going
you.
for it.
Get
I'm
in
going
and
to go
get
poop
out.
for 30 seconds and come back, be done.
Get in and get out.
Right.
Well, some people can't handle that 30 seconds without their phone. I've got to take a break here. I will have, Flogging Molly is coming back to Cleveland. Want to go see those guys? The Flogging Molly show is at the Agora on Friday night, September the 15th. And so if you want a couple of tickets, I will hand them off after the break. 5:30, we're still giving away, I think this is maybe the last week, maybe next week, still giving away trips to Vegas for our iHeartRadio Music Festival, which is the middle of next month. So still plenty of chances for you to win one of those for you and a pal. That next keyword coming up at 5:30.
Win your way to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival and $1,000.
You'll be there for a weekend full of superstar performances, never before seen collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe. I want to see them all.
Foo Fighters,
Fall Out Boy, Kelly Clarkson,
Kane Brown, Lil Wayne, Lil Durk, Miguel, Public Enemy,
Sheryl Crow,
Travis Scott, Tim McGraw,
TLC.
30 Seconds to Mars.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival.
September 22nd and 23rd.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now, starting at just $55 plus taxes and fees at AXS.com.
Keep listening because the next chance to win your way there and $1,000 spending cash is coming up.
It's about time. Time for a Wendy's Frosty. And on Frosty time, there's no room for email time or pointless meeting time or dishes time or errands time. Just time for taking time with a rich, creamy Frosty. So choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Mostly clear tonight, some patchy fog, overnight low 50s. Sunshine tomorrow, high in the upper 70s. Wednesday, partly sunny, a slight chance of rain. Wednesday's high 70.
This report is sponsored by the Great Geauga County Fair.
The Great Geauga County Fair is celebrating its 201st year. Ohio's oldest fair with 13,000 exhibits. $10 admission, kids 6 and under are free, and free parking. Fun for the whole family since 1823. For daily schedule and to purchase advance tickets, go to geaugafair.com.
Hey there, it's Alan for QC Kinetics. You know, when it comes to joint pain or those parts of your body that hurt, I think when we're all younger, we assume that's something that we're not going to have to worry about until we get much older. It's something we associate with later in life. But you know what? A lot of people suffer from it simply because they're doing things like playing golf or running or whatever it is. QC Kinetics, it is no exaggeration to say that they can change your life and you can live without any of that chronic joint pain. QC Kinetics is the leader in advanced regenerative medicine. So they're taking your own concentrated healing properties, things in your body, and putting them right into your joints. So their patient satisfaction reports are nothing short of amazing. So it's a real alternative to all those old ways of dealing with pain. There's no surgery, there's no drugs, there's no downtime with QC treatments. So call them for a free consult. Call QC Kinetics. They're in Beechwood, Westlake, and Independence. They can attack that pain you've got and bring you real lasting relief, and you can get back to doing all the things you love to do. 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488 for QC Kinetics. 216-770-5488.
Jake from State Farm here to answer your what ifs.
What if I need a policy, but I just can't choose?
An agent can help you choose. At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
When it's the hottest day of the summer. But it's the hottest day of the summer. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
College football fans, are you ready for week one? DraftKings Sportsbook is hooking you up with a
tickets if you want to get it there. I got a pair here for you. If you are caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He's not much of a morning person, and apparently not much of an afternoon person either. The Alan Cox Show
On 100.7
WMMS.
Used to listen to this when it was on Tony Hawk Pro Skater. The new Floggin' Molly record, I think they dropped it last Christmas, is called Anthem. It's pretty good. If you like Floggin' Molly, you like them. They do that sold-out cruise every year. It's got these goddamn gnats in here, man. It's on the microphone, on my hand. Awesome. That's what I want, is gnats on my microphone. You know what? Calm me down, some flogging. All right, that's enough. I get it. I've got one of these trips to Vegas for you in a few minutes. You all right?
Trip to Vegas.
Oh, I thought that was a yawn. Okay. Las Vegas for our iHeartRadio Music Festival, which is under a month away now. It is the weekend of the 22nd and 23rd out there in Las Vegas. And it's a shot for you to see a whole coterie of amazing bands like Foo Fighters and Lenny Kravitz and Fall Out Boy, and Public Enemy. Mary alone can tell you how good you're going to have, how good of a time you're going to have with Fall Out Boy.
They're so good.
You heard it here first. They're so good. Very breathy. And Sheryl Crow, who is being inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class of 2023. So a lot of Rock Hall heavy hitters. Foo Fighters are in. Lenny Kravitz will be in. Fall Out Boy inducted Green Day. Public Enemy got in 10 years ago. 30 Seconds to Mars is also playing our music festival. They'll probably get into the Rock Hall in 2054. But it's a shot for you to get out there and see the whole thing. And we throw you $1,000 to spend, too, because it's Vegas after all. So why send you with empty pockets? You know, like the kind in the old times, old days in movies, they pull their pockets inside out and little fleas would come out.
Shrug their shrug their shoulders.
Yeah, back when, if we were all living back then, Brian, with his cavity issue, he'd have a big kerchief around his head.
Yeah, tied up with a little bow on
I never understood. Was that to hold ice? I never understood what the point of that was.
I thought it was to keep you from moving your mouth.
I'm pretty
So you
sure
wouldn't, like, talk
because I actually got one of those when I got my wisdom teeth out.
You did? You got
It
old
was
timey kerchief like Laurel and Hardy?
It was an old timey one, but it had little bags in it that you put ice in.
Okay, so it was for the ice.
Yeah.
All right.
But I think maybe in the old times too, when ice wasn't as prevalent, just stabilization probably helped.
Right.
Too.
Before refrigeration was a thing, probably. Speaking of refrigeration, if you've got some Costco vodka in the drink fridge, you might want to pull it out because they're talking about redoing a batch or removing it because they've gotten so many complaints. I don't know if it's urban legend or not, but the rumor is that all of that Kirkland brand alcohol is just relabeled brand name booze. That's been the rumor for a long time because Costco has their own brand. It's called Kirkland, right? Everybody's seen Kirkland stuff.
Yep.
But the same companies make 2 or 3 different things. And so it's not like they have their own factories. They're just taking existing products and slapping their own label on it. And so some people go, oh, yeah, Kirkland's signature American vodka is just Grey Goose. And then they slap a thing on it. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. People who have really refined palates for alcohol will tell you that. They'll be like, oh, yeah, the Costco whiskey is Jameson and whatever. Well, nevertheless, whatever that is in that Kirkland American vodka, a lot of people have been complaining that it tastes like urinal cakes.
Ugh. How do you know what that tastes like?
That was my next question. How the hell do you know what a urinal cake? I
do you
assume they
not?
mean what? You know, when Bill and I used to do appearances at Around the Corner, we would have urinal cake eating contests. And
I think we found our polar blast punishment.
There you go. Yep. Once they were done with the crab race, it was AC and Bill's urinal cake eating competition.
Ugh.
So yeah, people are complaining that whatever this recent batch of Kirkland Signature American vodka, that it's awful, tastes terrible, like it has a weird chemical in it or something. Now, that's the American vodka. Obviously, even at Costco, they have higher-end stuff, right? Yeah, that you can shell out a couple more ducats for their signature French vodka. And, of course, Costco denying vociferously that they have distilled their vodka with urinal pucks. I remember when I first came to Cleveland.
You know what, though? If it doesn't, if that were the case and it meant you're not going to have a hangover, people would be like, all right.
Right. When I first came to Cleveland and they were making me some merch, they made me a few T-shirts. And, you know, if you have an Alan Cox Show T-shirt, that means you've been here for a while, man. But I wanted them to make me urinal cakes with my face on them. And they thought that was really gross. And I thought it was hilarious. But they wouldn't do it. But it's something for the old back of the brain, right? Make some merch. Listen, do you need another hoodie? No, you don't.
People love hoodies.
I love hoodies.
Yeah, but you don't need another one. You've already got.
Mary, do you need another hoodie?
I need another black hoodie with white letters on it.
I'm just saying, everybody's got a dozen hoodies, right?
Maybe a little bit of red would be good.
But a urinal cake, imagine all of the local watering holes and establishments. Now, obviously, this would only appeal to half of our audience, the male half of our audience.
You don't think women can use a urinal cake?
Watch me.
Seen a girl pee in a urinal?
Well, it's generally frowned upon, I think. I mean,
it's not impossible.
We've all seen strange things happen when everybody's having fun and getting drunk, but that's not for its normal
Put
and
that
intended
one leg
purpose.
up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Pull the underwear to the side.
We've also seen guys take a dump in a urinal too, but that's not their normal and intended purpose.
I've never seen that.
That's a bad thing.
Well, then you haven't lived, Cody.
I don't want to live like that.
You don't want to live in a world where guys are taking full-on dumps in a urinal?
Squatting over and taking a dump.
Squatting, you just back up.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Why not? Because it's not you. You're not going to get in trouble for it.
But
yes, it's disgusting.
You're
but
making a
two things
janitor's
can
life
be true.
miserable.
Two things can be true. You're making what?
A janitor's life miserable.
What if it's diarrhea and it's super liquidy and just flushes down?
Come on.
Okay, well then that you get a pass. But usually it's
I have a bad case of diarrhea.
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of...
All right, on that note, I'm going to send you to Las Vegas, where it's so friggin' dry, there won't be any urinal dumps. I don't know. It's Vegas. It stays there if it does happen. You're legally not allowed to tell us because it has to stay there. It's our iHeartRadio Music Festival. It's about a month away. You can see a lot of good bands there. And we'll fly you out, put you up, give you $1,000, tickets to the event, and good luck.
Now, your chance at a trip to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword LUCKY to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's LUCKY to 200-200.
On the subject of concerts, did you see Iggy Azalea split her pants?
No.
See that video? Now, it wouldn't normally be an issue, except she was doing a concert in Riyadh. You know where Riyadh is, Poundcake?
Riyadh is Saudi Arabia.
Poundcake's the best at geography.
I
on
knew
this
he
show.
would know. Well, for places he wants to go, I knew he
Yeah.
would know. Yeah, Riyadh is the capital of Saudi Arabia. That's right. And boy, you really got to hand it to these female acts who are willing to go to a place like Saudi Arabia. I mean, I know Iggy Azalea is like still trying to be a thing, and I don't know. Well, she split her pants, and that had to end the show because she was in Saudi Arabia and the cops were there. She had to tell everybody, hey, I'm really sorry. It's not my fault. She just crouched down, and I don't know how far into the concert it was, but she was just bending down, and her pants looked like they split from like the crotch to the knee. It wasn't like she popped them in the butt or anything like that. But she's like, I wasn't permitted to end the show. Now, she does have 18 million followers on Instagram, which I had no idea she was that big of a deal. But because it was in Saudi Arabia, she's like, I wasn't allowed. Because even though, like tourists don't have to follow the same laws as people who live there, they still really recommend that you don't walk around in hot pants.
They have to follow a lot of the same laws. That's why Americans always get into trouble with.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. It's technically you are not a local, and they still want tourists. They can't be throwing tourists in jail left and right, but they're still like, we highly recommend that you dress modestly. And so Iggy Azalea, I just don't know why you would even want to fish in that pond. You get a lot of fans, I guess you go where they are, but she was not allowed to return to the stage because not only were the cops there, but then everybody in charge got really upset because she said, ladies, make some noise. It's a woman's world. And they got pissed. It ain't a woman's world in Saudi Arabia.
He just got permitted to drive, I think.
She said the organizers and the police were at the side of the stage. And so she was not allowed to continue. I wonder if she did that freestyle. Remember years ago we played the Toothless
the only thing I
Bee?
remember about her.
Yeah.
And that's why she sounds like Donnie from Wild Thornberries. That's why I remember it.
A Toothless Bee. I don't even, the song is called Drugs, I think. But no, we
what
saw her.
What was the big song that made her famous?
Fancy.
I'm so
fancy. Yeah. IGGY.
Yeah.
We saw her at
Got my
ACL
name and
years
bow.
ago. Yeah. And I don't know, man. She's a weird act.
You can get hot for one summer if you have a song with production.
Well, she's still out there and she's still touring and she's dropping new records. And
yes, but when's the last time I'm going to ask Jeremiah, when's the last time they played an Iggy Azalea song?
No, I'm with you. But again, that's not, radio ain't the only game in town anymore, sadly. But yeah, and she hasn't, I think her last record was probably a couple of years ago, but she's just weird. I feel like if she went in a straight pop thing, because I think she's foxy. She likes basketball players. So if she went in like a straight pop thing, but it's like the weird street accent rapping, you're like, bro.
Because she's Australian.
You're from Australia. Like, yeah, I don't know. But she's still out there, still doing her thing, but she split her pants and had to end the show. She's in Saudi Arabia. But yeah, you're right. I mean, you're never going to meet anybody and be like, oh, who's your favorite? Oh, Iggy Azalea is my favorite.
I bet there's still some people that are like, she's the best. I mean, there's people that still, whether they're one-hit wonders or just like have like a hot summer, people will still ride with them. Like the Hanson kids, they haven't had a radio, but they haven't had a radio hit in how long?
That was a different time. That was when radio could make or break someone's career. Like that MMMBop. I remember it was such a big song in rotation. It was pop. It was. They probably even played it on the country charts. Like it was just.
But Fancy was a huge song too.
I understand that, but it was already too late. Like it was big on social media.
Already too late.
Too late. Too late.
Poundcake loves not giving someone their flowers.
I'm giving her flowers. She was hot for a summer.
But I'm saying like not at like a huge level.
Different.
But I'm just saying she could still probably draw like a small venue, like House of Blues level.
They book her
stuff.
for like pride events.
Like,
but she's not going on tour. She's not booking stadiums anymore.
I know. I didn't say she would be booking stadiums.
What I'm saying is, if you have 21 million Instagram followers,
You
can convert a sizable portion of them to do a show. I mean, a minuscule fraction of that would be enough to fill up a really good-sized venue.
There's an artist named Austin Mahone, and he came out around the same time that Justin Bieber came out. And I think Justin Bieber, because he was like the main guy, Austin just got tossed to the side. He has probably about 10, 15 million followers on Instagram. I have not seen him do a tour in the United States since.
Well, yeah, but that should tell you something. It's not always because they can't. It's because they might not need to. So people go, oh, if a guy anybody with 20 million followers on Instagram, you go on there, hey, I'm going on tour. You're going to be doing some pretty good venues. Because you don't even need 1/20th of those people to show up. You need like a 1% of those people to show up, and you're going to be doing just fine. It's just that this is so silly. This was before people really kind of knew what was going on with it. They go, oh, this is a good song. But then they'd see her like, oh, yeah, what's up? And they were like, oh, my God.
Well, she has this song called Work, and it just sounds so ridiculous. She said, walk a mile in my stiletto heels. And then people selling, mouth stuff for Louboutins. What you call that? Head over heels.
Selling mouth stuff, yeah.
I'm like, oh, God. Like, your accent and rap just don't go together. And she talks like a preppy white girl. Then she has the Australian accent, and she's trying to be black. So really, people really don't like her.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I'm on Team Azalea Banks on this one.
Yeah, she has converged a lot of qualities that you don't need to be good and successful. Like, something's going on with her. I feel like if she just peeled away a couple of layers, she might, I don't know.
Well, I think
she'll figure it out, I think.
She tried the whole pop thing, and it didn't work. Like, she tried to have a career like Britney Spears before she went into rap.
Oh,
and
did she?
no one paid attention. Yeah, there's like...
Well, that's a pretty crowded field.
There's like a pop song that like leaked or something like that from her previous career, and then it came up with like, oh, so this is all just an act. Like, you just switch your genre, and then you became Iggy Azalea.
Yeah, but everybody's an act. I mean, Lana Del Rey is a Lizzie Grant. I mean, whatever. You know, if people like what you do, they like what you do. Amethyst Amelia Kelly is Iggy Azalea's name. Amethyst. I mean, you already have a stage name. Why you? Yeah.
What is her nickname? They can't call her that.
Thisty.
Damn it.
Thisty?
Thisty with Thisty, right?
I love it. Yeah. Okay. She's still a young woman. She's 33. She got a kid. That's going to inhibit what you can do and where you can do it. But, you know.
What is she even saying?
She's got a toothless bee.
And she thought she was killing it. She thought she was killing the game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe she was.
Oh, boy.
All right, let me break
Maybe
here.
She should go into Foley and like sound effects and just be like, what's his name? Frenzel Ram? What's that? No.
Who?
Who's the who's the I can't remember.
Michael Winslow?
No, there's a rapper that did like a bunch of, he was like a hip hop guy, and he would do a bunch of
like that drill rap and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know who you're thinking of. She chose the name Iggy after her dog. All right.
Should have gone by Thisty.
Yeah. Well, she's now a permanent U.S. resident, so she's one of our own. We break here. If you want to text 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Fighters.
Hey, we're 30 Seconds to Mars.
Fall Out Boy, and many more. Buy tickets now at AXS.com. This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of The Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Okay, so let's start with this. What's your name? Cutesy. Where were you going and who were you going with? It's me, Ali. Left my wallet in El Segundo. Left my wallet in El Segundo. Left my wallet in El Segundo. I gotta get it, I got to get it. I left my wallet in El Segundo. Left my wallet in El Segundo. Left my wallet in
El Segundo, California. I don't know if we have a bureau chief down there or not. It's right down the coast, south of downtown LA. It's near LAX. Before you get down to the really, really Tony spots like Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach, you'll be in El Segundo. And El Segundo is claiming the World Little League Championships.
Yep.
The team from El Segundo won the Little League World Series against the international team from Curacao. And it was a very dramatic end. Did you see this? It's a cool clip.
Curacao has not allowed a home run at the World Series. Challenged him, and this game is over! Louis Lappy does it again! California, your Little League World Series champs on a walk-off home run! And a walk-off winner. That gives the Little League World Series championship to El Segundo, California. Oh my gosh.
You're going to remember this for the rest of your life, dude. Go crazy.
Louis Lappy. That kid, I don't know what the maximum age for Little League is. This kid's going to get laid.
Did he hit a home run there?
A walk-off homer.
Yeah, and right after the guy goes, no one's hit a home run off these guys, then bam.
Yeah, California. El Segundo was up 5-1. Curacao hits a grand slam and ties it 5-5. And Louis Lappy comes up and breaks the tie.
USA.
Why?
That's
of
just a
course.
go-to chant.
Here, if you're watching the live stream, I'll show it to you because it's a wild.
USA.
It's wild.
This ball driven to right. Size. Grand slam to tie it for Curacao.
Oh wait, that's the Curacao one. Where's the? Hold on.
Probably underneath it.
Want to hear about no friggin' Curacao?
Yeah, typical liberal, just showing he hates America. He's showing Curaçaos and not Americans.
That's right. Wait, hold on.
It's crazy how popular
He
the little.
stepped up to the plate and slammed a long home run. The team from El Segundo, California takes home the crown, edging out Curacao and kicking off a celebration these 12-year-olds will remember for the rest of their lives.
12. God, these kids look like they're like 15, man.
It's crazy that there's so many people at the Little League World Series now.
Yes.
Like, I remember watching it 20 years ago, and it was starting to get a little buzz, and there was people, but now there's more people watching that than there probably was at the Guardians game on Sunday.
Right. Remember Danny Alamonte, though? Remember when that kid was 20 years ago? There was this kid named Danny Alamonte.
He was like 6'4".
Yeah, they're like, he's
19
12.
years old.
Well, he's 36 now, so yeah, but he was like from the Dominican Republic of the Bronx or something. And the World Series was in PA. I was still on in Pittsburgh. And everybody was talking about Danny Alamonte. Like, oh my God, this kid's amazing. He's 5'8". He had like a rocket for an arm. And they're like, it's weird that this kid's only 12. And nobody could seem to figure out whether or not this kid was the age he said he was. But all these teams around the country during the Little League World Series were really suspicious of his age. Mm-hmm. So they couldn't figure out if it was just sour grapes or if he was, there were people alleging that somebody had looked into Danny Alamonte and then Sports Illustrated did like an investigation on him, and they flew to the Dominican Republic where he was born.
Was he 12?
His father had registered his birth date as 1987 in 1994 or April, something. And they were like, well, in the Dominican Republic, things are different there, whatever. But then they were like, but his mother had a handwritten birth certificate saying that he was born in 89, which put him under the cutoff. And so the mom and the dad were each saying that the other one was false or wrong or whatever. And the kid didn't speak any English. So he probably thought he was 12 years old. It wasn't like he was pulling the wool over everyone's eyes. Parents are trying to get him out of the Dominican Republic. And yeah, but Danny Alamonte, that kid's name became like synonymous with the Little League World Series for a long time. But now Louis Lappy with El Segundo. I thought up until the last minute, like, they must have just gotten knocked out. Wasn't there a team from Dayton or something?
I don't know.
Like, towards the very end, I thought there was a Little League World Series team from...
My favorite moment is I'm Big Al D'Elia, and I hit dingers. You ever seen that?
No.
A fat kid.
What is that from?
It's a Little League World Series moment where a kid's doing his
Oh,
introduction.
2018 World Series.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
And I hit dingers.
Yeah.
Okay. Big Al.
Yep.
Well, let me see if I can find this here for you.
It's him. So good. Yeah.
Oh, you want the kid's intro?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I have that.
Yes. It's like literally, if you Google "I hit dingers," it's the first video that shows up.
Hi, my name's Alfred D'Elia. At home, they call me Big Al, and I hit dingers.
That voice.
Why does he sound like he smokes a pack a day? Like he's barely
probably lives near like a chemical rendering plant.
There's hog sluice coming down the hill.
Hi, my name's Alfred D'Elia. At home, they call me Big Al, and I hit dingers.
From New Jersey? That's where the kid's from?
Yeah.
Boy, you don't want to be 12 and everybody calls you Big Al.
Right? Aw, poor boy.
You don't want to. I mean, you know, that's his hook.
Did you have any nicknames as a kid?
Me?
Mm-hmm. That you
Dickhead,
liked?
hey you. Oh, that I like? No.
Like you were known as like like AC or whatever. Like
No.
here
No.
comes AC, man.
No, I wasn't AC. I'm barely AC now. No, I didn't have nicknames. Because everybody made fun of my last name.
Yeah.
So I didn't have a cool nickname. I mean, no. Nicknames are not a big thing in like
what they do. Like, was it one of those things where Cox is so on the nose that they're like, okay, Alan Box. Yeah, more like Alan Rocks.
That's exactly what they did. Yes.
You're right there, Mary.
There's a friggin' gnat. It landed on my face.
Yeah, they're all
I
around
killed
here.
one earlier. Yesterday, I caught another fly with my bare hands again and threw it into the toilet. And a girl was over, and she's like, you didn't catch a fly. I was like, I did. Get off that toilet. I'll show you. I threw it in the toilet.
Say, baby, this is not precedent, by the way. I've been catching flies with my...
All summer.
All summer. Where's my...
Your swatters.
Dude, it's ridiculous.
Except these are for flies.
Yeah,
Now
the
that we have
gnats go
gnats.
straight through them.
Yeah. I got that one. Yeah, dumb gnats. It's not like we have bananas rotting in the studios, by the way.
No.
I don't know where they're from. It's an epidemic this summer. I hate it. I know.
Well, summer's pretty much over, so it'll be done soon.
Well, yeah, a few
Then
more
we'll have
weeks.
new problems.
And then we'll
Probably be a leak or something
the
like
fall
that. Yeah.
locusts or whatever. Yeah. Danny Alamonte is like the Donald Trump of Little League. Yeah. 6'3", 215 pounds. I'm Big D, and I hit dingers. Ah, boy.
So what is a dinger?
You knock it
What
out
do
of the
you think?
park,
No,
man.
God.
Oh.
Sorry. What do you want? Sorry. What do you think a dinger is?
You just tell me you knock it out.
No, I told you. What would you think?
What do you
it
think that
was?
means to knock it out of the park?
Well,
Independent fielder.
What do you mean knock it out of the park?
What is that? What's that
It's-
called?
grand slam, not a home run. You knock it out of the park.
But which one is it?
A grand slam?
If I hadn't told you what a dinger was,
just
through
told us what a-
context clues, what do you think a dinger would be?
Oh, I thought he was talking about...
Well, we're talking about two different. We'll go piece by piece here. What would you think a dinger was?
I would think a dinger for whatever reason. It reminds me of like a dinghy, and a dinghy is a really small boat. So just a bunt, I don't know, a small, like a pitch, and you hit it, and it just goes, I don't know, a little ways. It doesn't sound like a very powerful hit to me. I hit a dinger.
Now, what's a home run? What's a grand slam?
A home run is when you hit it and you make it to all 4 bases. Or you make it home, all 3 bases and go home. A grand slam is when the bases are loaded, it hits out of the park, and everyone that was on a base makes it home. Correct?
Yes.
Now, what's a grand slam in tennis?
A really, really good hit.
What's a grand slam at Denny's?
Ooh.
3 pancakes, 3 sausages.
He didn't hesitate on that one.
Yeah, he knew that immediately. Yeah.
3, 3, 3.
It's 2, dummy.
Okay.
Not 3.
I haven't been to Denny's in forever.
No, neither have I. They closed the IHOP near where I live. Apparently nobody's going in there anymore. Like, oh, you don't want clown face pancakes anymore? I guess we got to shut the doors. Well, anyway, there's Poundcake. He is nominated for Best Sports Talker here in Cleveland at Cleveland Scene's Best of 2023. You can vote hourly if you're so inclined, but you have until midnight tomorrow to cast at least one vote. Tomorrow is the very last day of voting over at clevescene.com, and we think that it would be a hoot around these parts if he beat all the other nominees, 4 other people who are very well versed in all things sports, or at least very well versed in complaining about sports in Cleveland. That seems to be the big hook. But Poundcake's area of expertise goes so much farther and wider than those.
I know I go to the party, but do I get like a little plaque or something and a trophy?
No.
They give you a little thing in a frame.
Like
it'll say Cleveland Scene Best of 2023 Best Sports Talker.
But it's
And
not
then
like
you'll
a
get emails.
trophy.
Yeah.
No, it's a framed thing.
No, it's not framed. It's usually like or at least
Like the ones
the
that we
4
got.
that I've gotten are like
It's like a wood
humble
thing.
brag.
Yeah.
The 4
Oh,
that
no,
I've gotten.
I guess I got mine long time ago because mine were just framed.
No, it's like a piece of wood that they put
It's
the
almost like
logo
those
on.
canvas things that you get, but it was like a glossy wood
Okay.
picture type
Yeah.
of thing.
Gotcha.
Well, whatever it is, I want it.
Which I don't even think I ever got mine for my podcast one, so I don't even know.
I had to pick up yours one year and give it to you. I met you guys out at a bar crawl after
Yeah.
a best of party.
I left that in the old office. No, I think I
You
brought it
left it in
home.
the old office?
I don't know. I'm not good at stuff like that. I'm so like these people that have like shrines to themselves in their house. It's
All right,
so
relax.
weird.
First of all, relax.
Do you have that?
Yes.
You have a shrine to yourself in
I don't
your
have
house?
a shrine to myself, but we have a what are the things called? They're not an end table. They're the things that go behind the couch, the skinny little tables.
Just like an end table, a corner table?
No. They're like really
I know
thin
what
and
you're talking
long.
about. And they're tall, too.
Credenza? No. A
No.
credenza's like a dresser.
Oh, that just goes behind your couch?
Yeah, but we have ours up against a wall. But
Yeah.
it has a specific name. It's like a skinny. It's not
Skinny
like a
boy.
shelf, but it's also not like a table. It's about maybe a foot.
console?
The point is,
Yeah, like a console
table.
you have all your
So-
stuff on there.
On the bottom of one of those in our living room, I have all my awards that I've gotten from comedy
Why on the bottom?
because I felt like it was weird to have it. Brian's like hanging up on the walls. I'm like, I don't want to put all this stuff. If I had an office or like a podcast studio or somewhere that was my own space in the house, then sure, we can hang them up on the walls.
Like a woman cave?
Yeah, but I'm not going to put, hey, come on in. Here's our living room, and here's all of my local Cleveland awards that I've
Well,
won.
then why have
you
them
know?
up at all?
Because where else am I going to put them?
In a box.
No, but I like them.
If
I'm
they're not gonna
proud
be at-
of them.
Well, then put them at eye level.
No, they're at floor level. They're like 4 inches off the floor.
So you know they're there.
No, I mean, you can't miss them. When you walk in.
There's so many, Alan. You can't
There's
miss
probably
them.
600, 700 of them. But
I just don't know if you were going to put something out, put it somewhere prominent.
I'm not describing this right. So, like, when you're
I
standing
mean,
in
the
our.
sign says, Mary, live, laugh, love. You're just You're laser focused on that middle part. You are part of that.
Listen, when you're standing, say you're standing behind my couch looking into my living room, there's the couch, the coffee table, the TV stand, okay? On the wall to the left is this, what did we call it?
Console
table.
This is your shrine to yourself.
It's not a shrine to myself, but the top has like pictures of me and Brian and cousins and a couple plants and a lamp. And then the bottom of the console table has all my comedy stuff, awards and my first framed poster that I had and things like that. So it's the bottom of a console table on the wall of my living room underneath a window.
I do have like.
I just don't know why you'd hide it.
It's not really hidden is what I'm saying. It's not up on the wall, but it's not hidden away in a box.
Why don't you mount everything on the ceiling? And then people wouldn't notice it immediately. And then you go, how about that?
It'll fall on
watch
people.
TikTok.
No, it won't.
You do it right.
You know you can mount things on a ceiling, right? Why don't you do that?
Why would I do that?
Why wouldn't you do that?
Because I don't need it on my ceiling. I've never put anything on my ceiling a day in my life.
Good.
Not even a mirror? You guys don't have a mirror above your bed?
No, you do? In
Yeah,
1974?
Hells yes.
Hotel, California?
I'm bringing it back, baby.
You're not.
Hey, if it was good then, it's good now.
I want a mirror on my ceiling.
Hells yes, you do.
So I can watch myself.
I'm going to take a picture.
Oh, God, this guy.
We're going to talk about a shrine to yourself.
Ugh,
now that I
so I
sleep
can
naked,
watch myself.
Like, yay!
Yeah, that's right.
That'd be us.
And by the way, your ceiling mirror makes the whole room look huge, too. Makes everything look big, Mary.
bet.
Wink, wink.
I have a bunch
Magnifying glass.
of empty hooks from stuff that the ex-girlfriend took
Bill's
down.
the opposite other way.
No, it's all much the other way.
His cohabitant is
Yeah.
no longer there, and so all of her hooks are empty.
Yeah, and I should probably put some stuff on those, but I don't really have anything, and I don't think about it until someone else comes and they're like, "Well, I have all these empty hooks on the wall." I go, "Oh, I keep forgetting to put stuff up," but I'm not a put stuff up guy.
You know which hook is the emptiest?
The one of your heart?
My heart?
The one she had in Bill.
No, it's my hook's not empty.
I've got to take a break. You want to get the last
Sex,
word in?
Mary.
Send me a text. 35192. Guardians baseball tonight. First of 3. They start up against the Twins in Minneapolis. That's a 7:40 first pitch here in MMS.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Win your way to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival and $1,000.